Saradhavanaliraloka Pranaya Karina Ghana Ghanatyam Sapta Sakalana Gunarnavasha Bande Gurasri Charanarabindam
Is a class on the Bhagavad Gita as it is, 16th chapter, text number 6, given by His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, recorded on February 2nd, 1975, in Honolulu, Hawaii.
O son of Pritha, in this world there are two kinds of created beings. One is called the divine, and the other the demoniac. I have already explained to you at length the divine qualities. Now hear from me of the demoniac.
Dau bhuta sargau lokesmin daiva asureva cha daivi vistarasa pokta asunam partame srino. Bhagavan Sri Krishna is addressing Arjuna, as sometimes he addresses him as Bharata, the descendant of the Bharat dynasty. And sometimes he addresses him as a Partha. And sometimes he addresses him Dhananjaya, his friend. This time he addresses him as Partha. Partha means his mother's name was Pritha. From Pritha the word Partha comes. His mother happened to be Krishna's father's sister. So, very intimately and friendly, he addresses him as Partha, my dear son of my aunt. That means we have got very intimate relationship. Not only we are friends, but we have got family relationship. So therefore, I am speaking you about the truth that there are two classes of living beings. Two classes of living beings. Though means two. One class is called Daiva, divine nature. And the other class is called demonic nature, Asura. So, in Vishnu Puran, there is also reference to this context, where it is said, Though bhutasarga lokesmin daiva asureva. Vishnu bhakta bhavid daiva asurastad viparja. Daiva means generally Vishnu bhakta. Vishnu means the Supreme Lord who is all-pervasive. Everywhere he is present. Krishna, the Supreme Lord, he is Vishnu also in his Paramatma feature. Krishna has got three features. Brahmeti, Paramatmeti, Bhagavaniti Sabdat. Krishna, the absolute truth, is known in three features or three angle of visions. One is Brahma, all-pervasive Brahma. Sarvedam Akhilam Jagat. The Brahma means his effulgence, bodily rays. Jasya prabha prabhavatho jagadanna koti. His prabha, his bodily rays. You may ask, what is that bodily rays? You can see every day. Everyone has got bodily rays according to his quality. You see the sun, the bodily rays, the sunshine. There is sun god within the sun globe. His name is Vivashan. That is also mentioned in the Bhagavad Gita. Imang vivassati jugam praktaman aham abhyam Vivashan manoviprahu manu ikhaga vibravi evam parampra praptam imang rajalisayo vidu. So, exactly like that. Here, sun is an insignificant part creation of the Lord. And the sun has got so much effulgence, bodily rays, that it is illuminating and heating the whole universe. You cannot deny it. This is the position of the sun. And there are millions and trillions of suns, each one sometimes bigger than this sun. This is the smallest sun. There are bigger suns. So, we can understand what is the bodily rays. There is no difficulty. That bodily rays of Krishna is called Brahma. Jasya prabha prabhavato jagadanna koti koti subasudhadi vibhuti bhinnam. Tad Brahma. That is Brahma. That prabha. So, similarly, Krishna is present in everyone's heart, localized. This is impersonal expansion. That is, sunshine is impersonal expansion of the sun rays. So similarly, Brahma effulgence is the impersonal expansion of Krishna's bodily rays. And the portion by which he is present everywhere, Andantarastham paramanu chayantarastham, he is within this universe, he is within your heart, within my heart, he is within everything. Everything means even within the atom, paramanu. That is his Paramatma feature. And the last and ultimate feature is Krishna's personal body. Satchidananda Vigraha. Ishara Parama Krishna Satchidananda Vigraha. Vigraha means form. That form is not like ours. That is Sat Chit Ananda. The body has also three features. Sat means eternal. So therefore, his body is distinct from our body. This body is not eternal within the history. When this body is created by the father and mother, there is a date, beginning. And when this body is finished, annihilated, there is another date. So anything within the dates, that is history. But Krishna is not like that. Anadi. You cannot estimate when Krishna's body began. Anadi. Adi, again Adi. He is the beginning of everyone. Anadi, he himself is Anadi. Nobody can find out what is the date of his appearance. He is beyond history. So, but he is the beginning of everyone. Just like my father is the beginning of my body. Father is the cause of the beginning of my body, or your body, everyone. So therefore, he has no beginning, that he has no father, but he is the Supreme Father. That is the conception, Christian conception. God is the Supreme Father. That is fact, because he is the beginning of everyone. Janmadasya jataha. Whatever has come into being, that is from Krishna. That is stated in the Bhagavad Gita. Aham adirihi devana. The devatas, this Brahmanda is the creation of Brahma. He is called one of the demigods. The Krishna says, Aham adirihi devana. I am the beginning of the devatas, demigods. So, if you study Krishna in this way, then you become Daiva, divine. Divine. Our Krishna consciousness movement is meant for educating everyone to become divine. That is the program. What is the gain by becoming divine? That is described in the previous verse. Daivi sampad vimoktaya. If you become divine and acquire the divine qualities, avayam sattva samsiddhi, jnana yogi, avasthiti, that is we have discussed already. So, if you become divine, there is no impediment to become divine. Simply, you have to practice for the post. Just like everyone can become High Court judge. Everyone can become the President of the United States. There is no bar. But you have to be qualified. If you qualify yourself, you can become fitted in any position. Similarly, as it is said, to divine, to become Daivi, you have to qualify yourself to become divine. How to become divine? That is already described, we have already. So if you qualify yourself by the divine qualities, then what is the benefit? Daivi sampad vimokhaya. Moksha. Moksha means liberation. So if you cultivate divine qualities, then you are fit for being liberated. What is liberation? Liberation from repeating birth and death. That is our real suffering. The modern rascal civilization, they do not know actually what is the end of suffering. They do not know. There is no education, there is no science. They are thinking that here, a small span of life, say 50 years, 60 years, 100 years at most. If we get a nice wife, a nice apartment, a nice motor car, running with 70 miles speed, and a nice whiskey bottle, that is his perfection. But that is not vimokhaya. Real vimokha Liberation means no more birth, death, old age and disease. That is Vimukta. That they do not know him. They do not know even that there is birth after death. Such a foolish civilization. Although we are experiencing every moment birth and death. Birth and death every moment, it is going on so finely. It is Krishna's arrangement. Just like this world, this earthly planet is moving at the rate of 1,000 miles per hour. Such a gigantic body. It is also moving. All planets are moving. Even the sun is moving. But we cannot perceive. You ride on a best airplane, there are so many disturbances, sound, moving, sometimes terribly moving. But this planet also moving more speedily than the airplane, but you do not perceive. This is Krishna's manufacture, perfectly. Purnamidam. This is called Purnamidam. Everything perfect. Purnamidam Purnamada. Purnat Purnamudachyate. Purnasya Purnamadaya. Purnameva avasishyate. Because it's so perfect, you do not perceive. But it is moving everything. Everyone knows that in the morning there is sunrise, and in 12 hours after covering 12,000 miles, the evening is there. Again 12,000 miles moving, you are sleeping. In the morning you see again the sun. The sun is there. Sun is not moving. But the world is moving. It is moving so nicely. Not only this earthly planet, but there are millions and trillions of planets within the sky. They are all moving. Seasonal changes, day and night, everything is going on. This is perfection. So those who are in divine nature, they can understand all these things. That is called Daivi Sampad. In other philosophy, they can say, the Christians say God is great. The Muslim also say that Allah Akbar, that is all same meaning. The Vedic literature also says Brahma, Parabrahma. Brahma means the greatest. Brihatya, Vinghanatya. Iti Brahma. Brahma means because it is very, very great, and not only great, it is becoming greater and greater. Vinghanatya. So the great understanding, greatness understanding of Krishna or the absolute truth is accepted everywhere in civilized human society. But how God is great, that you can find in the Vedic literature. Simply to know God is great. Just like everyone knows that he has got a father. That is not difficult. Anyone who is in this material world, in material world or spiritual world, there is a father, everyone father knows that. But who is my father? How he is, how great he is, what is his qualification, what does he do, what is his father's name, where is his address, that you can understand from Bhagavad Gita. Therefore, it is essential that everyone should read Bhagavad Gita. simply to know God is great, that is also good. Is accepting the greatness of God. But if you want to know in detail how great He is, to what extent He great is, how the actions of His greatness are going on, how His activities of greatness are going on, then you read Bhagavad Gita. Bhagavad Gita says that Matta parataram nanyat kinchijasti dhananjaya. Krishna says, there is no more greater fact than me. Everyone knows God is great. Great means everyone is small. He is great. Nobody is equal to Him. Nobody is greater than Him. That is the meaning of greatness. So how He is greater than everyone and nobody is equal to Him, everyone is subordinate, everyone is creation of Him, this knowledge, if you get, janma karma me dibbam jujanati tattatha, if you understand these factors of the greatness of God perfectly well, then you become fit for being transferred to the spiritual world. That is called Daivi Sampad. Daivi Sampad Vimokhaya. If you become divine, this is cultivation, this is education, this is not sentiment. People try to understand that this movement, Krishna consciousness movement, is Hindu movement. Krishna is one of the Hindu gods. But that is not the fact. Krishna is God. God is God. God cannot be Hindu God, cannot be Muslim God, cannot be Christian God. God is God. Just like gold. If the Hindus deal gold, that does not mean gold becomes Hindu gold. Or the Christian deals in God, that does not make the gold becomes Christian or Muslim. Gold is gold. Similarly, God is God, the great. Now, if you study how His greatness expands, just like here is one example. Ishara sarvabhutanam riddeshe arjuna tishtati brahmayan sarvabhutani jantrarurani maya. Very simple. Ishara, that God, in His Paramatma feature, is sitting within everyone's heart. Your heart, my heart, everyone. God is, you haven't got to find out God somewhere else. That was the yogis, the practice. How to find out God within myself. That is called meditation. Meditation means to find out, it is heard from the Shastra, the God is within my heart. Now, let me find out where is God within my heart. That is called yoga. Yoga system. Dhyanavastita tadgatena manasa pasyanti jam yogino. Yogi's business is to become engaged in meditation, dhyanavastita. Now this meditation is very profusely used in your country especially. But what is the meditation? This is meditation. When you fix up your mind to find out God, Krishna, within your heart, that is called meditation. Not thinking some foolish objective is meditation. This is meditation. Dhyanavastita tadgatena manasa. Tadgatena, mind being fully absorbed in Him. By that mind you can find out So Krishna consciousness is little more than that. Consciousness is above mind. Mind is there. Mind is above the senses. Indriyani pararahu, indriyabhya paramana. These senses, our body means the senses. The senses are prominent. Therefore body is active. But the senses cannot work if the mind is absent. Therefore called attentive, concentrating your mind. So, mind is above the senses. And how the mind is acting, thinking, feeling and willing, that is called intelligence. Everything final. You can see your senses, my senses, but everyone knows that you have got mind, I have got mind, but we cannot see the mind. Can you say anyone that here is mind? No, because it is final. Then everyone has got some intelligence, but can you see intelligence? Well, it is still final. Similarly, there is soul, which is still finer than the intelligence. So how you can see the soul? If you cannot see the mind, if you cannot see the intelligence, then how you can see the soul? Then the source of soul, the supreme soul, how you can see? Therefore, it is said, Atasya Krishna namadi na bhaved graham indriya. If you speculate your senses to find out where is God, where is the soul, the doctors are daily operating, heart operation, and so many final surgical operation, but they cannot find out where is the soul. But soul is there. That we can perceive when the soul goes away from the body, we can understand now the soul has gone, the body is dead. So you can perceive, you cannot see. It is not understandable by speculating your gross senses. You cannot, if you want to see what is mind, what is intelligence, what is soul, what is super soul, that is not possible to see by your these blunt eyes, conditional eyes. Everyone is very proud of his senses. Somebody says, can you show me God? Then have you got the power to see God, first of all? So these things are not very intelligent questions and answers. You have to practice according to the direction of the Shastra. Just like here is Bhagavad Gita. You follow the direction, you will understand what is God, what you are, what is this world, what is our relation between ourselves, what is our condition, how we can get out of this miserable condition, everything you will find. In the beginning, a small child cannot understand what is mathematics. But if he studies mathematics science, he one day becomes a very big mathematician. The same child. Similarly, these spiritual science, every one of you can become spiritually advanced provided you study this science. That is Krishna consciousness movement. It is not a bluff sentiment. It is a great science. Those who are actually studious, they can understand the science perfectly. If they study all our books, we have got 20 volumes books like this, already published. And we propose to publish 72 volumes. How to understand God. So God is not so cheap thing that I have become God, you have become God. It is a great science. So those who want to understand God scientifically, philosophically, let them read these books. That is our presentation, Krishna consciousness. And those who are unable to read all these books, for any reason it may be, there is a very simple method, chant Hare Krishna. It is so sublime. If you simply chant Hare Krishna mantra, then you understand clearly what you are, what is God, what is your relationship with Him, what is this world, everything will be clear. That is the advantage of this fallen age. This age is very, very fallen. People have completely forgotten God. Not completely, because few men are still interested. Otherwise, why they are joining this Krishna consciousness movement? We cannot say completely, but gradually it will be completely forgetful of God, day by day. Just like we can see, formerly our forefathers, they used to construct churches, temples, mosques, synagogues. But nowadays nobody is preparing. In the modern history you won't find they are constructing big wing, skyscraper building that we can see. But we don't see anywhere a magnificent church or temple or mosque is being constructed. That means people are going down in the matter of understanding God. They are thinking these buildings are waste of money, unproductive creation. If we manufacture a skyscraper building, immediately there will be some income. But if I construct a gigantic temple, it will be simply waste of money. They are thinking like that. That means the standard of understanding God is finished. Not to speak of constructing new churches, but we are practically purchasing many churches. They are vacant. I have seen in London hundreds of churches are vacant. Nobody goes there. Nobody goes there. So one priest was surprised in Boston that these boys, they are our boys, they are Christian boys, they are American boys. So previously they were not coming to the church, they did not care for God or to understand what is God. But why they are mad after God now? That's a fact. These boys, you American boy, you are not interested. But why you are so interested and you are preaching Krishna consciousness all over the world? You are not foolish, I have not bribed you, but why you are doing that? So this is a fact, that we have got intimate relationship with Krishna. That's a fact. Just like father and son, they are intimately related. It may be the son has gone out of home for many years, but as soon as he meets his father, again the same love between father and son revives. It does not mean because the son was out of home for many, many years, there is no need of awakening the love of father and son. Similarly, in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, it is said, Nitya Siddha Krishna Bhakti. The love between Krishna and ourselves. It doesn't matter where we are. All living entities, especially the human being, especially the civilized human being. those who have got sense, they can revive Krishna consciousness very easily by chanting this Hare Krishna mantra. So that is our request, that you are very intelligent boys, American boys. Try to understand Krishna.
The following is a class on the Bhagavad Gita as it is, 12th chapter, text number 13 and 14, given by His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, recorded on May 12, 1974, in Bombay, India.
Adeshtra sarvabhutanang maitra karuna evacha nirmama nirahankara samadukha sukhachami santushta satatang yogi jatatma dhiranischaya mai arpito manobuddhi jo madbhakta same priya. So, this Krishna consciousness movement means how to become dear to Krishna, how Krishna will love me. Krishna loves. Krishna says that he is no one's enemy and no one's friend. That is in neutrality. But he says, Jetu bhajanti mang bhaktya tesu te mai samohang sarvabhuteshu. The talking stop. Samohang sarvabhuteshu name deshasti na priya. God must be equal to everyone. He is neither envious to anyone nor friendly to anyone. This is general. But there is special significance. Jetu bhajanti mang bhaktya. Persons who are engaged in devotional service with love and faith. Tesu te mai. I have got a special, intimate relation with him. It is not partiality. Just like if a gentleman has got 5 sons, and out of the 5 sons, those who are very obedient to the father, or one of them, 2 of them, naturally the father is inclined to them. That is not partiality. That why the father is inclined to some sons and other sons indifferent. That is natural. As we have got this natural instinct, similarly, God has also the same instinct. If we study ourselves analytically, we can understand what is God. Because we are the sample of God. Mamai mangsa jiva bhuta. Sample, just like if you take one drop of water from the sea water, you can't understand what is the chemical composition of the whole sea. It is not very difficult. Similarly, if you study yourself, what are your inclinations, propensities? There are so many things. So everything what you have got, the same thing God has also got. The difference is that you are like a drop of sea water and He is vast sea, that's all. Big quantity. Quantitatively we are different. But qualitatively we are one. The same quality. If you are cooking rice, you take 1 grain of rice and you press it. If you think that it is now soft, then the whole rice is cooked. The sample. There is a bag of rice, you take a few grains, sample. You can understand what is the quality of the whole bag. Similarly, what is God? That is not very difficult to understand. Simply you have to study yourself. Nitya nityanam, chetana chetananam. But not that you are God. You are sample of God. Now, we being very intimately connected, because we are all sons of God. Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita, Sarva jonishu kaunteya sambhavanti murtayaja tasang mahajjani brahma ahang bija padapita. Krishna says, I. I am the seed-giving father. Not only human society, but there are other societies, animal society, bird society, beast society, vegetable society, insect society, aquatic society. They are also Krishna's son, God's sons. Therefore, Krishna says, one who is actually devotee and wants to be very dear to me, his qualification must be adhyastya sarvabhutanam. He must be non-envious to all living entities. Nowadays, a fashion has become Daridra Narayan Seva. This is nonsense. What is the Daridra Narayan Seva? Why you are taking care of the Daridras? If you have got such vision, such outlook, that in everyone's heart, that's a fact. Everyone's heart there is Narayan. There is no denial. Ishara sarvabhutanam. Riddeshe Arjuna tishtati. Ishara, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, is situated in everyone's heart. If you have got such vision, you are seeing in everyone the Supreme Narayan, then why should you designate only the Daridras? Others also, you should see dog Narayan, you should see Kutta Narayan. Why Daridra Narayan? If you have got such broad vision, why you are taking particular? No, that is imperfect vision. You cannot send the Chag Narayan, goat Narayan, to the slaughterhouse and allow the Daridra Narayan to eat the meat. This is not Bhakta's business. This is demonic. Bhakta's business is, here it is clearly stated, Adhyastya sarvabhutanam. You should be equally kind to everyone, to the Daridras, to the Dhanis also. Here everyone is Daridra, because everyone is lacking knowledge. So nobody is rich. Here the so-called rich is also Daridra, because he has no knowledge. And the so-called Daridra is also Daridra. Because everyone's knowledge is bodily conceptual. I am this body. But Krishna does not say that a particular body is very dear to me. He says, Sarvajoni Sukauteya. All species of life. They are all sons. They are simply in different dress. We are sitting here, so many people in different dress. That does not mean that one who is in black dress or dirty dress, he is not a human being. He is also a human being. Or one who is dressed very nicely, he is also a human being. That is Pandita Samadarshan. That we should not see to the dress. We should see inside the dress. What is the inside in the dress? Similarly, Krishna says to Arjuna that Dehinasmin jatha dehi. Dehinam jatha dehe Kaumara Jara. One has to see Asmid Dehe, in this body, there is the Dehina, the proprietor. Dehina means one possesses the body. That is spiritual vision. The spiritual vision is one who is advanced in spiritual knowledge. He does not see the outward dress, but he sees within the dress who is living there. Asmin Dehe, Dehina. Dehina, Dehi means the possessor of this body. I am not this body. You are not this body. But you possess this body, just like you possess your shirt and coat. Similarly, you possess this body also. The gross body made of material elements is your coat, and the subtle body made of finer material elements, mind, intelligence, ego, that is your shirt. And within that coat and shirt, the real living entity is there. So one who has such vision, one who is learned in spiritual understanding, he is called Pandita. Vidya Vinaya Sampanne Brahmani Gavi Hastini Suniche cha Sapake cha Pandita Samadarshina. Pandita Samadarshina. That is the real vision. Pandit means he sees. There is for a advanced spiritualist, advanced Krishna consciousness person, there is no such distinction. Here is American, here is Indian, here is Brahmin, here is Shudra, here is Hindu, here is Muslim. No. He has no such vision. He has the vision that within this body the spirit soul is there, that is part and parcel of God or Krishna. He is suffering on account of different dresses, different concepts around. Therefore, he should be released from this misconception of life. That is called Pandit. The whole world is going on under this misconception of life that I am this body. And under this misconception, he is thinking that I am American, I am Indian, I am Hindu, I am Muslim, I am Brahmin, I am Shudra, I am black and white, fat and thin, all this. This is called ignorance. Therefore, Shastra says, Jasyatu buddhi kunapeti dhatuke. Anyone who has got this conception that I am this body, this bag of bones and bloods and flesh, Saiva Gokhara, he is no more than the cows and the asses, that means animals. The whole world at the present moment is going on under this animalistic concept of life, animal civilization. Everyone is busy to take care of the body, but nobody knows how to take care of the proprietor of the body. That he does not know. Therefore, Krishna says, who is devotee, real devotee? Not only real devotee, who is very dear to me. Devotion means the activities. My Guru Maharaj used to say that you don't try to see God. Just try to understand. Just work in such a way that God may see you. This is the Krishna consciousness movement. Everyone is busy to see God. Of course, it is not so easy to see God. But a devotee is not busy to see God, but he wants God to see him. Because just like if you are working in some establishment, if you are working very nicely, faithfully, then the proprietor will automatically see you. Don't try to see the proprietor. Work in such a way that the proprietor will be inclined, well, this man is working very nicely, who is this man? So that is our business. That is the teaching of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Not that we go to God and beg our daily bread. That is also good. because that is good in the sense that the atheists, they do not even agree to accept the authority of God. Better than them, anyone who is going to the temple or the church and asking for bread or something material benefit, that is good. That is stated in the Bhagavad Gita that Chaturvida bhajante mam sukriti arjuna. Those who are pious, whose background is piety, such persons divide into 4 classes. Artha, Arthati, Jigyasu, Jnani. 4 classes. Artha means distress, and Arthati means in need of money. Artha, Arthati, or some material benefit. And Jnani, one who is searching after knowledge, and Jigyasu, inquisitive. These 4 classes are men. If their background is life of piety, they go to God to pray, my God, my Lord, give me some money, I am very poor, I am very distressed, kindly mitigate my distress. Or Jnani, they are searching after actually what is God. Or inquisitive, simply inquiring what is God. So there are 4 classes whose background is life of pious activities, they go to God. And those who are, there is Sukritina. Sukritina means those who are background is pious activities. And just opposite number, Duskritina. Those background is impious activities, sinful activities. Such person, namang duskitinam mudha prapadanti naradhama, the lowest of the mankind, full of sinful activities. Naradhama, Naradhama means lowest of the mankind. Why lowest of the mankind? Because mankind means those who are interested to understand God. That is mankind. Otherwise dog kind. The dogs and asses, they are not interested to know what is God. It is the prerogative of the human being to understand what is God. Therefore, a man who has got this human form of body does not inquire about God. He is Naradhama, the lowest of the mankind. Namang duskitinam mudha, and rascal, ass. Namang duskitinam mudha prapaddante naradhama, maya purhito jnana. Oh, some of the atheists, they are very learned scholars. But the answer is maya apurhito jnana. They are superficially very learned, but actually their real knowledge is taken away by maya. Maya apurhito jnana asuri bhavamasi. Just like Ravan, he was very learned scholar in Vedas. He was son of a Brahmin. And materially he was very, very opulent. But because he did not care for Rama, he is addressed as Rakshasa. This is he was also a great devotee of Lord Shiva. But still in the Shastra, he is described as Rakshasa. So, Maya Apurita Jnana Asuri Bhavamasita. So, this is the position. Therefore, Krishna directly says, how you can become devotee or dear to Krishna. In other words, how you will be seen by Krishna. Krishna is seeing your activities, but especially to take care of you. Krishna takes care. As soon as you become a devotee, immediately he takes care of you. Otherwise you are under the care of Maya, this material energy. Prakita kiramani gunai karmani sarvasa. So long you are not devotee. You are simply, just like if you are a candidate or criminal within the jail walls, the caretaking person is the jail superintendent. He is taking care. There is taking care, but the care is taken by the jail superintendent. But if you are a free citizen, the government personally or the king personally takes care of you. That is the way. Similarly, Krishna says that Sarvadharman parityajya mamekang saranang braja aham tva sarva papi bhamokhoisami masucha. This is the way. If you actually surrender to Krishna, then he personally takes care, not by maya. Otherwise, Ishara sarvabhutanam riddeshe arjuna tishtati brahmayan sarvabhutani maya jantra rurani maya. If you do not become directly under the care of Krishna, then you are under the care of this material energy. He takes care the same way as this jail superintendent takes care of the criminals. Similarly, those who are criminals, non-devotee, does not care for God. They are under the laws of material nature. Daivi jesha gunamai mama maya durattvaya mameva prapaddante. That is, jail superintendent business is to correct the criminal so that he may become a right citizen, a lawful citizen. Similarly, this Maya's business is to give you always trouble. Tritab jantrana, adhyattik, adhibhauti, adidai. Just to kick you, those who are non-devotees, just to correct you, to become a devotee of the Lord. Unless you become devotee of the Lord, the kicking of material laws, stringent laws of nature will go on. Therefore it is said, Daivi jesha gunamayi mama maya durattvaya mameva prapaddante maya me tang taranti. As soon as you surrender to Krishna, as soon as you surrender to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, there is no more jurisdiction of Maya upon you. Then you are free. To become liberated means to become liberated from the controller of Maya. That is liberation. Therefore, those who are devotees, they are already liberated. They are not under the control of the external energy. Manchabhya vicharini bhakti yogi na ja sevate sagunan samatitva etana brahma bhuyaya kalpa. People are trying to become Brahma without caring for Krishna. That is not possible, sir. As soon as you surrender to Krishna, then you become immediately Brahma bhuta prasannatma na sochati na kankhati samas sarvesu bhutesu mad bhakti labate param. That is wanted. So, everything is described very nicely in the Bhagavad Gita. Do not misinterpret foolishly. Try to understand as it is, and your life will be successful. This is our propaganda, Krishna consciousness movement. Krishna consciousness movement, that we are presenting Bhagavad Gita as it is. And it is being accepted all over the world. So, here Krishna says, the adestya sarvabhutanam. You should not be envious to any living entity. But the present civilization is to become envious. Envious. I do not wish to criticize anyone, but this enviousness is the basis. This nationalism means this is also enviousness. Why foreigners will come here? This is enviousness. Why not? Who is foreigner and who is national? Everyone is son of God. Why should you distinguish? But because there is no Krishna consciousness, this discrimination between man to man, animal to man, and so many discrimination, even taking from the national point of view, national means anyone who is born in that country. But because one happens to be animal, although it is national, still it is sent to the slaughterhouse, because there is no Krishna consciousness. If there is Krishna consciousness, then the government or the leaders should be equally favorable to the man, to the animal, to the trees, to the plants, to the insect, to the everyone. That is called Krishna Bhakti or Krishna consciousness. Adhishtya sarvabhutanam. Maitra. Treat them just like your friend, Maitra. A devotee is friend to everyone. He does not want to kill even an ant or a mosquito. That is devotee. Maitra, to everyone, friendly. Maitra Karuna. Karuna means kind. A devotee is kind to everyone. It is not that Krishna consciousness should be spread in India or among the Brahmins or among the Hindus. No. A Krishna conscious person will preach Krishna consciousness all over the world as far as possible. That is called Karuna. Adhishtya sarvabhutanam maitra karuna evacha. Nirmama. Nirmama means without claiming any personal proprietorship or any nepotism. Nirmama. Everything belongs to Krishna. That is the fact. Krishna says, Bhoktang sarvajagyanam sarvalokumahesaram. He is the proprietor. God is actually proprietor of everything. Why shall I claim this is mine? Nothing belongs to me. Everything belongs to Krishna. That is Krishna consciousness. Nirmama. Nirahankara. Nirahankara means this false egotism. I am this body, I am Indian, American, I am Hindu, I am Muslim. No. Nirahankara means I am Krishna's servant. That is Nirahankara. Ahankara means my identification. What I am, that is called Ahankara. Now, my identity is with this material world. I am Indian, I am American, I am this, I am that. That should be negativated. We must come to the right conclusion that I belong to Krishna. I am the son of Krishna. I do not belong to anyone. This is called Nirahankara. Sama dukkha, sukha. This material happiness and distress. Because I am not this material body, if I am actually convinced. So, the pains and pleasure of this material world is due to this body. Just like because I have got this material body, I am feeling some heat, therefore fan is required. Similarly, by this body, in the winter season, I shall stop the fan. So under different season, my body feels differently pains and pleasure. But actually, if I am not this body, then I should tolerate all these pains and pleasure. This is called samadukha. Matra sparsha sukontiya, shitosna sukhadukkada, agama apaina anitya, tanga titikkasya bharata. We should not be disturbed by these material pains and pleasure. We have to execute our spiritual consciousness business. That is called samadukha, sukha. And chami. Chami means kama, excuse. Especially devotee is always attacked by the demons. Even the non-devotee is a father. We have seen in Prahlad Maharaj's life. Because Prahlad Maharaj was devotee, even his father was enemy. What to speak of others? So devotee will have to meet so many enemies. Just like we have got this from the life of Lord Jesus Christ. When he was being killed by others, he said to excuse them, God, they do not know what they are doing. That is devotee's position. Chumming, always excusing. We have to learn this. So these are some of the qualities of the devotees. In the 12th chapter, some of them are being described. In the Bhagavad Gita, we are narrating. Then, santushta, satisfied. Satatang yogi. A devotee should not be dissatisfied in any condition of life. He should remain satisfied. Because he knows that my pains and pleasure are now dependent on the will of Krishna. Not now, always. So if Krishna desires that I should suffer like this, why should I bother? Let me suffer. Santushta. These are many verses to support this. Tattenukampa susumiksamana bhanjana evatma kritana. A devotee, when he is put into distress, he thinks that it is God's kindness that is giving me little pain. Although I should have suffered more, this is devotee's view. He is not, disturbed by any kinds of pains and pleasure. Santushta, satatang yogi. Even in distress condition, he also thinks of Krishna. Therefore he is yogi. Yoginam api sarvesam madgata antaratmana. A devotee always thinks of Krishna. That is devotee. Yogi, jatatma, he does not neglect his duty, his devotional service. And dhiranischaya, dhiranischaya means he believes in the word of Krishna. Krishna says, sarvadharman parityajya mamekam saranam braja. A devotee believes in this, that I have nothing to do, simply to surrender to Krishna, then my all business is done. That is confirmed in the Chaitanya Charitamrita. Krishna bhakti koile sarva karma krita ha. Simply by serving Krishna, all other duties are discharged. This is called dhiranischa. Krishna says, sarvadharman parityajya mamekam saranam braja. And the devotee takes it very seriously. That is called dhiranischa. Dhira means firmly convinced. Yes, if I surrender to Krishna, all other business is complete. That is confirmed in the Chaitanya Chaitanya. Suddha sabde vishya sudhira nischa. Krishna bhakti kaile sarva karma krita. This is the process. Dhira nischaya. Mayarpito mano buddhi. Mind and intelligence is always focused toward the lotus feet of Krishna. Mayarpita. To the form of Krishna. That is real meditation. Dhyanavastita tadgatena pasyanti jan yogi. You come to the temple, take the impression of this Radha and Krishna, and always think of him. That is the highest, topmost yoga system. Therefore, the deity worship is very important. If you are engaged in deity worship, you always get impression of Krishna and Radharani. And if you think of Krishna and Radharani always within your heart, then you become the topmost yogi. Mayarpito mano buddhi. Jo mad bhakta. In this way, one who executes devotional service, same priya. He is very dear to me. So if you want to be dear, if you want to be seen by Krishna, if you want to be seen...
Next is a class on the Bhagavad Gita as it is, 13th chapter, text number 13, given by His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, recorded on October 6th, 1973, in Bombay, India.
Translation. I shall now explain the knowable, knowing which you will taste the eternal. This is beginningless, and it is subordinate to me. It is called Brahman, the spirit, and it lies beyond the cause and effect of this material world.
Jasyaika nishasita kalamathavalamma jivanti loma vilaja jagadanna natha. Vishnu mahan saiya jasya kalabhisesho govindamadi puritam tamam. That Mahavishnu is lying on the causal ocean beyond this universe, on the border. There is a big ocean which is called causal ocean, Karanaudak Jal. And there is Mahavishnu lying, and from his breathing process, Jasyaika nishasita kalam athavalamba, jivanti loma vilaja jagadannanath. Jagadannanatha means Brahma. So, that portion, Eka Pasu Rachayatam, is the origin of universal, this material creation. Karananam Vishnu. From him, the Garbhodak Sai Vishnu comes out and he enters in each and every universe. Garbhodak Sai Vishnu. That Garbhodak Sai Vishnu again expands as Khirodak Sai Vishnu. That Khirodak Sai Vishnu is within this universe. In each and every universe, there is Vishnu, Shetadip, Loka, where Khirodak Sai Vishnu is there, and that Khirodak Sai Vishnu enters within the heart of all living entities. Paramatma, Antarjnana. That is explained in the Bhagavad Gita. Eka pasu rachayatum jagadanna koti jachakti rasti jagadanna chaya ananta. Andantarastha. He is not only within this universe, but he is also within the atom. Andantarastham paramanu chayam. Paramanu means atom. In this way, Lord Vishnu is expanded and he is Gyam. He is to be understood. Gyan, knowledge, simply material knowledge is not perfection of knowledge. Real knowledge is to understand the supreme absolute truth, Vishnu. That is real knowledge. That is explained here. Gyam jattat pravakshami. I shall now explain to you what is the ultimate goal of knowledge. In other place, in the 15th chapter also, Krishna says, Sarvasya chaham hridishanna vishta matta smritigyanam apohananch vedaishta sadvai ahameva vedyam. Krishna is within everyone's heart. Sarvasya cha aham hridi. This place, the particular place is also mentioned there, hridi, in the heart, is there. Sannivishta. And from him, matta smriti jnanam apohanancha. From him, our remembrance, smriti, jnana, knowledge, and forgetfulness, everything is coming from him. Matta smriti jnanam apohanancha. Therefore, vedaishta sadvai ahameva vedyam. One has to understand Krishna by studying Vedic literature. If he is missing Krishna, then sarvaeva hi kevalam. He is missing Krishna. That is stated in the Srimad Bhagavatam. Dharmashanusthita pumsang vishakshena kathasuja notpadayed rating jadi sarvaeva hi kevalam. Everyone has got particular type of occupational duty. That is called dharma. Dharma is not a faith. The particular duty, just like you are a medical practitioner, so your dharma is to treat patients. That is your dharma. So, everyone has got particular occupational duty. Actually, what is going on as Hindu dharma, actually Hindu dharma, this word is not there in the Shastras. In the Shastra, it is called Varnashram dharma. 4 varnas, Brahman, Kshatri, Vaishya, Shudra, and 4 ashramas, Brahmachari, Grihastha, Vanaprastha, and Sannyas. These are called varnashram dharma. So, in every varna, Brahman, his qualification is described in the Shastra. Sama, Dhamma, Titikha, Arjava, Khanti, Jnanam, Vijnanam, Astikam, Brahma Karma, Sabhava. Similarly, Kshatriya, Vaishya. So, by discharging one's occupational duty according to Varna and Asrama, if one does not understand Krishna, the Bhagavad says, Sramaeva hi kevalam, then he is simply spoiling his time and wasting his labor, that's all. Dharmasyanusthita pumsang vishaksena kathasuja notpayadating yadi sramaeva hi kevalam. This is the verdict of Vedic literature. He is simply laboring for nothing. One must know Krishna, Vishakshena Kathasuja. Vishakshena, another name of Krishna, Vishnu, is Vishakshena, Katha. Just as you are speaking about Krishna, nobody is interested to come here. Nobody is interested. Vishakshena Kathasu, no father, everything. They will say, oh, I am busy with my occupational duty. But the human form of life is meant for increasing your interest in the matter of Vishakshena Kathasu. This means Krishna Katha. This is the mission of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Lord Chaitanya. Lord Chaitanya, his mission is this. He said, আমার আজ্ঞায় গুরু হইয়া তার এই দেশ যারে দেখো তারে কহ কৃষ্ণ উপদেশ. কৃষ্ণ উপদেশ. He says, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, that on my order, every one of my devotees become a spiritual master. আমার আজ্ঞায় গুরু হইয়া তারও সর্বদেশ. You become a spiritual master and deliver all the people. Like with Krishna Upadesh, you can deliver. People are suffering. Here also, the same thing is said. Geyam jat pravakshami jasgatya amritam asmite. Amrita. People are suffering, they do not know what is Amritatta. So Amritattaya kalpate. This is the aim of life, to become immortal. That is wanted. One has to come to that platform of knowledge when one can achieve the perfection of life, Amritatta, immortality. So Krishna says here that Geyang Jathat Pravakkami, the ultimate goal of knowledge, I will explain to you. Jajgatta, if you can understand that knowledge, then Amritam Asmite, if anyone can understand that knowledge, he becomes immortal. That is the problem. The process of knowledge, in that chapter, it is already says that Janma Mrityu Jara Vyadhi Dukkha Dosanudarsam. The subject matter should be how to understand or how to get relief from the repetition of birth and death, old age and disease. This is knowledge. And here also, Krishna says again, anyone who comes to the ultimate goal of knowledge, then he becomes immortal. Anadi mat parang Brahma. Brahma Gyan. The Brahma Gyan without knowledge of Krishna is not perfect knowledge. Generally, people are interested, give me water, in the impersonal Brahma. But without knowledge of Krishna, that impersonal feature of Krishna, Brahma Gyan, is also insufficient. That is not sufficient knowledge. Tattva Jnanartha Darsana, philosophical speculation or discussion should be to reach the ultimate goal of life. Tattva Jnanartha Darsana. That is already explained. And what is that tattva? That is explained in the Srimad Bhagavatam. What is tattva? Vadanti tattva vidas tattvam. Tattvavid, one who knows tattva, he can speak about tattva. Tattva means the absolute truth. The vadanti tattva vidas tattvam. That thing is spoken as tattva, as the truth, by persons who are tattvavid. Tattvavid means one who knows the tattva. Unless one knows the thing, how he can explain? Therefore, we have to understand the absolute truth from a person who knows it. Vadanti tattva vidas tattvam. Jad jnanam adhyam. That knowledge is absolute, adhyam, no relativity, absolute. Vadanti tattva vidas tattvam jad jnanam adhyam. Brahmeti, Paramatmeti, Bhagavaniti, Sabdate. That truth is explained as Brahma, as Paramatma, or as Bhagavan. The same thing. Just like we see the sun. The sun is a planet and there is a sun god. Just like we have got also in each and every planet one chief person. Here we have got president. Formerly there was one president or king on this planet. Now there are now so many presidents. But according to God's plan, there is one president or king in each and every planet. So in the sun planet there is also one king or one chief person. His name is also given in the Bhagavad Gita, Vibhushan. If you accept Bhagavad Gita, then you have to accept all these things. You cannot make minus anything. That is not knowledge of Bhagavad Gita. That's what we are presenting. Bhagavad Gita as it is. We cannot use the ardha cooked in there. Half. I take half of the hen. I take the rear part and the front part I reject. This kind of logic, argument will not be very successful. You have to take as it is, total. And you have to understand. That is understanding of Bhagavad Gita. If you take something to your choice, that is useless. Useless waste of time. Just like Mahatma Gandhi, he wanted to prove from Bhagavad Gita non-violence. How it is possible? Bhagavad Gita is spoken in the battlefield. So in this way, if we try to understand Bhagavad Gita, it will be not Bhagavad Gita, it will be something else. We must understand Bhagavad Gita as it is. That is our preaching method. We are presenting Bhagavad Gita as it is all over the world. So we accept. The modern theory, scientific theory is that the sun planet is only blazing fire. There cannot be any living entity. No, we don't believe that. Because Shastra says that the living entity is never born. Acchedyam adajyam. Adajyam. Just like we sterilize by putting into the fire. But that does not mean the living entity is dead. No. Adajyam. It cannot be burnt into fire. Acchedyam. It cannot be cut into pieces. This information I get from Bhagavad Gita. So, in the sun planet, although it is blazing fire, they are living entities. They have got a particular type of body. That particular type of body is fiery. Just like you have got living entities in the sea, there are hundreds and thousands. Jalajanamulakhani. There are 9 lakh species of aquatic animals. But they are living in the water. They have got particular type of body. But you cannot say, because you cannot live within the water, you cannot say, no, there cannot be any living entity. This is nonsense. The living entity, another name is Sarvago. He can live everywhere. It is not a fact that living entities lives only in certain particular place. No, Sarvago. Anywhere in God's creation there are living entities. This is Shastric vision. So, in the sun planet also there are living entities, cities, just like here. Otherwise how Krishna can say, Imam vivasate yugam pratavan ahamammayam. Krishna is telling lie that I spoke this science of Bhagavad Gita to the sun god. Now according to our calculation, nobody can go to the sun planet. And where is the scope of speaking there? And to whom speaking? But Krishna says, yes. Imam vivasate yugam prattava aham. I said, abhayam, imperishable knowledge. Vivassan manovipraho. So, from this version we can understand in the sun planet there are living entities. And the chief man or chief demigod is the sun god whose name is Vivassan. So his body must be fiery, otherwise how he can live there? And the inhabitants there also. So we are thinking from here that nobody can live there, but that's not a fact. We are calculating by our own experience. Therefore, we cannot have perfect knowledge by speculating our experience. It is not possible. We must go to a person whose experience is beyond our experience. That is called Guru. Tat vijnanatham sa guru meva vigacche. Guru means heavy. If Guru is as good as I am, then what is the use of taking knowledge from him? Guru must be heavier. So who can become more heavier than Krishna? Matta paratanang nanyat kinchijasti dhananjaya. There is nobody heavier. And Krishna proved it when he was a child, when he was a boy of 7 years old. He proved how heavy that he lifted the Govardhan heap and it rested on Krishna's finger continually for 7 days. Just imagine how heavy he is. So in this way we have to understand Krishna. And if we understand Krishna from that spirit, from that angle of vision, then we become perfect. As it is said here, Geyang jattat pravakshami jajagatya amritamasnate you become immortal. This is confirmed in the 4th chapter. Janma karmam me dibbam jujanati tattva. If you simply understand Krishna in truth, not superficially, but in fact, then what is the result? The result is takta deham punarjanma naiti. Punarjanma next. Again if I take a material body, then again I will have to die. Anyone who has got this material body, he has to die. Janma mrityu. One who is born, he must die. But here Krishna says, punarjanma naiti, no more birth. Then there is no more death. Because if there is birth, there is death. And if there is no birth, there is no death. And that is immortality, amrita. That is amritattva. So amritattaya kalpate. In another place Krishna said, janghina badhante te purusham purusarasava. Samas sukham dukham dhiram. So amritattaya kalpate. We are disturbed by the bodily concepts of life. Every one of us. Everyone is busy. How to relieve the bodily pains and pleasure, that's all. The real pains and pleasure, that the living entity who has accepted this material body, he has to continue these pains and pleasure. That is explained in the Bhagavad Gita. Janma mittu jara vyadi. So, there is no science to give relief from janma mittu jara vyadi. So, how you can expect relief? It is temporary relief. So Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita, we should not be disturbed by the temporary pains and pleasure. Matra sparsastu konteya sitosna sukhadukkada agama apaina anitya tangati tikhasya bharata. We should not be disturbed by these so-called bodily pains and pleasure. We can try, we can get as much, but this is not our business. Our business is how to get out of these clutches of birth and death. That is their business. That they do not know. Because they have no knowledge. All fools and rascals, they are busy for the temporary pains and pleasure. So here it is said, Geyam jattat pramokshami, jad gatta amritam asnati. That is knowledge. I shall speak to you about that supreme knowledge. That supreme knowledge means if you simply try to understand Krishna, janma karma me dibbam, why Krishna appears, janma karma, why he was like an ordinary human being, he is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, why he takes part in these ordinary activities. Just like Krishna took part in the battle of Kurukshetra. He is Supreme Personality of Godhead, why should he take part in the battle? Yes, this is somebody, some section of people, they question like this. But he has his business. Because he comes, he has got his business. He says, dharma samasthapanarthaya sambhavami juge juge. I come. My business is to re-establish the principle of life, religion. Human life means religion. Dharmena hina pasubi samana. The cats and dogs, they have no religion. But if the human being has no religion, then he is no better than the cat and dog. Therefore, all over the world, either he is European or American or Indian or Canadian or Russian, everyone has got some religion. It doesn't matter whether it is Hinduism, Muslimism or Christianism. Because human society without religious conception. Religious conception means to understand God. He is animal. Dharmena hina pasuvi samana. So gradually the whole world is becoming animal because they are rejecting religion. They are rejecting religion. Therefore Krishna says, dharma samasthapanarthaya sambhavami juge juge. Because these rascals, they give up religion and become animals and fight between themselves and make the whole world a confusion and chaos. Therefore, it is required that Krishna comes, dharma samasthapanarthaya. This is his duty. He has no duty, but it is his mercy that it comes. Dharma samasthapanarthaya. And what is that dharma? In the Bhagavad it is explained, dharmantu sakshat bhagavat pranitam. You cannot manufacture a religious sect. That is rascaldom. Just like if you think, I shall manufacture law at my home. Is it possible? Who will care for your law? If the law is enacted by the state, that is accepted. The government says, keep to the left, you have to accept it. You cannot say, no, why not to the right? Then you will be criminal. Similarly, laws means given by the government. And dharma means which is the codes given by God. That is dharma. Dharmantu sakshat bhagavat pranita. That is religion. And Krishna says, dharma samasthapanarthaya sambhavami juge juge. I come to re-establish. When people become cats and dogs without any religion, then I come down to establish religion. Because we are Krishna's sons, we are all sons of Krishna. He is very much anxious to see us happy, just like father wants to see his sons, bewildered sons, to see that he is happy. Paritranaya sadhunam vinasaya duskitam. That is also the same thing. To deliver the righteous person and to kill the demons, the same thing. Because Krishna is absolute. He is maintaining the devotee and killing the demon. Both of them are same thing. Just like father. Father is giving some child, some son, nice sweetmeat, and the other son comes, no, you cannot take it. Does it mean that father is partial? No, father is kind, both the child. He knows that he cannot eat. So similarly, two things are going on, parallel. Some are punishments, some are maintenance by the laws of God. But he knows how to do it. We have to accept his law. That is, tattenukampa susumikshamana. Therefore, devotee is never disturbed by the so-called pains and pleasure of this world. He is never disturbed. He knows his duty, how to execute Krishna consciousness. That is real devotee. Sarvadharman parityajya mamekam. So Krishna said that dharma samasthapanarthaya sambhavami juge juge. Then what is that dharma? He did not come here to re-establish Hinduism or Muslimism or Christianism. No. He came to give you real dharma. What is that? Sarvadharman parityajya mamekam sarvadharma. That is dharma. To surrender unto Krishna. Krishna, I am eternally your servant. I forgot you. Now I come to my senses. I surrender unto you. This is dharma. Bhaunam janunamante jnanavan manga prapaddati. This sense, real sense comes when after struggling for many, many births, one becomes wise. Bhaunam janmanamante jnanavan. Jnanavan means wise. Not fools and rascals. Jnanavan, manga prapaddate, surrenders unto me. So, anyone who is surrendering to Krishna, taking to Krishna devotional service fully, he is the most intelligent man. He is not cats and dogs or rascals. Because Krishna says, Jnanavan, this is real knowledge. That will be explained. Krishna says, Geyam jattat pravakshami. I shall speak to you what is the object of knowledge, ultimate objective of knowledge. Jajgatya amritam asmute. If one can understand Krishna, he gets eternal life. And that is our aim of life. not to remain within this material world. Bhutta bhutta praliyate. Take birth once and again die. This is done by the cats and dogs. Any animal, they do not know anything. They take birth and again die. Dehinasmin tha dehi kaumara jovanam jara tatha dehantara prapti. You have to accept. So if in ignorance I take birth and again die, what is this life? Bhutta bhutta praliyate. That is no knowledge. Spoiling. This human form of life is the boon where you can make a solution simply by understanding Krishna. Janma karma midibham jujanati takta diham punarjanma naiti. This is knowledge. How to become immortal, how to understand Krishna, how to...
Next is a class on the Bhagavad Gita as it is, 13th chapter, text number 5, given by His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, recorded on September 28, 1973, in Bombay, India.
We are discussing Tat Khetram, this body, how we enter into different types of body, how it is obtained. There are 8,400,000 forms of body, according to the qualities. 3 qualities, 3 multiplied by 3 becomes 9, 9 multiplied by 9 it becomes 81. That means in the lower grades of forms there are 81 lakhs or 8,100,000, and above that about 400,000 forms of human beings. So one has to understand, unfortunately, people are so foolish at the present moment that they do not believe in the next life. Mudha. What to speak of understanding God and Krishna, they have no in the basic principle of spiritual knowledge. Basic principle of spiritual knowledge is to understand that I am not this body, I am spirit soul, I am now fallen in this material condition, and therefore, according to my defined desires, I am accepting different types of body and wandering throughout the whole universe. Sometimes this body, sometimes that body, sometimes in this planet, sometimes in other planet. This has become my unfortunate condition of life. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu therefore says, Ei rupe brahmanda bhramite kono bhagavaniji. We are wandering in this cycle of birth and death and wandering in the universe. In this way, in the process of our wandering, somewhere or other, if we become fortunate by association of devotees, by understanding the Vedic knowledge, Jnana Vairagya Juktaya, human life is meant for achieving knowledge and Vairagya. Not that to increase the animal propensities even up to the point of death. That is not human life. Human life is meant for tapasya, tapo dibbam, putraka, jina, shuddhita, satya. Rajarsi, Lord Ramchandra, Rajarsi, Maharaj Parikshit, Rajarsi, Maharaj Ikhaku, Rajarsi. There are many. They were Rajarsis. The monarchy was not a cheap thing. The king was as good as a rishi. Therefore they are called Rajarsis. The king used to rule over the citizens on the permission of the great sages, just like Narad, the Devarsi used to visit Maharaj Yudhishthira, similarly other kings. So spiritual science is meant for great personalities, Brahmanas, Kshatriyas, not for the Vaishyas or the Shudras. One has to get to the quality of Brahmana and Kshatriya. So Krishna says that among Rajan Sayo Vidu, and let one is Rishi, great saintly persons. One cannot understand the spiritual science. Therefore, Krishna says, although Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead himself, he can personally say anything which is authorized, still he is giving reference to the statement of the rishis. This is the way of Vedic understanding. You cannot establish anything dogmatically. In my opinion, it is like this. What you are nonsense? What is your opinion? Even Krishna says, Rishivi Bahuvi, Rishivi Bahuda Gitam. There are different kinds of rishis. Gautam Rishi, Kanada Rishi. They are spoken different. In India there are 6 kinds of philosophies, but they are not recognized. Rishi, just like Devala Rishi, Narada Rishi, Vyasadeva, Asita Rishi, Valmiki Rishi, they are recognized. Rishi be Bhuvya Gitam. So, they have got different philosophical ways to understand. Therefore Bhagavad summarizes that Takka Pratishtha Sutayo Vivinya Naso Rishi Jasya Matangana Vinna. He is not a rishi whose opinion is not different. Yes. You are a rishi, you have got some different system of philosophy. And if I want to become a rishi, then I must disagree with you, just like in modern days it is going on, scientific research, philosophical research. Therefore, it is said, Naso Rishi Jasya Matamana Bhinnam. One cannot become a rishi unless he gives his personal different opinion. Therefore Krishna says, Rishi vi Bahudha Agitam. Then which one we have to accept? We have to accept that is stated in the Vedic literature. Naso Rishi Jasya Matamana Bhinnam. Sutayo Vivinna. Vedic literature, Samjajuri, Kathadva, they are different. They are one. But we understand differently, according to our quality of understanding. Otherwise, all Vedic literature aims to understand Krishna. Vedaishta sarvai ahameva vedam. That is the purpose of Veda, to understand Krishna. After many births of studying of Vedic literature in the process of Jnana Marga, when one becomes actually wise, Bahunam Janmanam Ante, when he is actually wise, Jnanavan, Mahanga Prapaddate, he understands Krishna and surrenders unto him. That is actually understanding. So, Chandovi Vividhai Prithak. But Sri Krishna, Bhagavan, is specially referring here with Brahma Sutra Padaishchaiva. Brahma Sutra means Vedanta Sutra. Vedanta Sutra is referring. That is a proof. There are different philosophical ways. Paramanubhada, Nirvisesvada, Savisesvada, Mayavada, they are all rejected. Simply, Brahma Sutra Padaischaiva, Hetuvad Vinishtitam. Brahma Sutra means Vedanta Sutra. It is called Brahma Sutra because the first aphorism of Vedanta Sutra is Athata Brahma Jigyasa. This human life is meant for inquiry about Brahma, the absolute truth. That is human life. Therefore it is called Brahma Sutra. What is Brahma? Athata Brahma Jigyasa. Janmadasya jataha. Janmadasya jataha. Brahma is the supreme source of everything. So therefore, Brahma Sutra is called Naya Prasthan. Naya Prasthan, Shruti Prasthan, Smritis Prasthan. We have to accept this Prasthan, the process of progress, to understand the absolute truth. So, Brahma Sutra is called Naya Prasthan, by logic, sufficient logic, Brahma Sutra. Krishna says therefore, Brahma Sutra Padaischaiva, Hetuvad Vinishti. Hetuvad. With reason. We must understand that Saddhana Munayo Jnana Vairagya Juktaya Pashyanti Atmanam Atmani Bhakta Sruto Grihitaya. Bhakta Sruto Grihitaya. Tat Saddhana Munayo Jnana Vairagya Juktaya. One can understand the absolute truth. Absolute truth means the Bhagavan ultimately. Vadanti tat tattva vidas tattvam jad jnanam adhyam brahmeti paramatmeti bhagavaniti sam. That is paratattva, absolute truth, which is known by somebody as Brahma and somebody as Paramatma and somebody the Supreme Personality of God. The beginners, they understand, the beginners or the neophyte realization is impersonal Brahma, Brahmeti. Further advanced, this is the achievement of the Jnani. Those who are speculating on the absolute truth, they can understand the absolute truth in the impersonal feature. And those who are still further advanced, yogis, not only speculating, but they are practicing. Actually, they are called yogi. Dhyanavastita tadgatena manasa pashyanti yang yogino. They are yogis. Yogis, the dhyanavastita, in meditation, the mind is absorbed always. Tadgatena manasa. Tadgatena means Vishnu gatena. Om Tat Sat. Tadgatena manasa, by the mind, absorbed in Vishnu, understanding. Tadgatena manasa. Pashyanti jam yogina. Jasantagna vidusura suragana. Devai tasmai nama. Devaya tasmai nama. Jagamam Mahavarunanda Rudrastunnanti Digbaistavai Vedai Shanga Pada Upanishadai Gayanti Jana Savaga. So, yogi are in the second stage of self-realization, but ultimate realization is Bhagavan. The Krishnastu Bhagavan Sayam. Bhagavan has got many expansions. Nam Rishingam Paraha. First expansion is Balaram, then Sankarshan, Pradyumna, Niruddha, then Narayan. And this is Vishnu, Mahavishnu, Varbhutoksai Vishnu, Kirudoksai Vishnu. In this way, the Vishnu Tattva is expanded. Advaita Achyuta Anadi Ananta Rupam Adyam Purana Purusam Navajovanam. So, in this way there are many shastras, many Vedic literature, many explanations. But here Krishna gives a special reference to the Brahma Sutra, Vedanta Sutra. Jnana Vairagya Yuktaya means one has to learn very nicely Vedanta Sutra. And the explanation of Vedanta Sutra, natural comment on Vedanta Sutra is Srimad Bhagavatam. Bhashyam Brahma Sutranam. The Srimad Bhagavatam is the natural commentary, because the author Vyasdev, after compiling Vedanta Sutra under the instruction of Narad Muni, his guru, Vyasdev guru is Narad Muni, he was not satisfied even after compiling Vedanta Sutra. He was not very happy. Narad Muni advised him that you should directly describe the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Then you will be happy. It is indirect. All the Vedic literatures, they are indirect, direct. Therefore, Vyasdev took Vedanta Sutra, and from the very beginning of Vedanta Sutra, Janmadasya, he commented on the Vedanta Sutra, Janmadasya Annayat Itaratascha Artheshu Avijñā Sarat Teni Brahma Rida Adi Kavai Mahyanti Yatra Suraya, in this way. Here Krishna personally gives the Brahma Sutra. The Brahma Sutra's commentary is Srimad Bhagavatam. Therefore, if we want to understand spiritual truth as it is, then the beginning is Krishna's instruction, this Bhagavad Gita. Try to understand Bhagavad Gita very nicely. And if you can understand Bhagavad Gita nicely, perfectly, then you try to study Srimad Bhagavatam. Srimad Bhagavatam Amalam Puranam. Amalam Puranam. Transcendental Puranam. Puranam means supplementary Vedic literature. That means completes. Because directly Vedic literature is very difficult to understand by the common man. Common man in Vedic literature is not for common man, even by the highly learned Brahmanas, Kshatriyas. Therefore Puranas are there, and Mahabharata is also there. Mahabharata is meant for Stri Shudra Dijabandhunang Traina Srutigochara. Stri, woman, Shudra, and Dijabandhu. Dijabandhu means born in a Brahmin family, but he is not a Brahmin. That is Dijabandhu. Friend of a Brahmin. One who is not qualified, Brahmana, Sattva Samadama Titikha Java, Jnanam Vijnanam Astikam Brahma Karma Svabhavaja. He is simply giving his identification, I am Brahmana, without any qualification of a Brahmana. He is called Dijabandhu, friend of a Brahmana. Just like a son of a high court judge, he can say, he has got the right, that I am friend of my father, of my son of high court judge. That you can say. But you cannot say that you are high court judge. It is a qualification. Even though you are a son of a high court judge, if you have no qualification, how you can say that I am court judge? But that is going on, especially in India. I have no qualification of a Brahmana, but still I say I am Brahmana. But they are called Dijabandhu. Dijabandhu. You cannot say. Brahmajanati Brahma. If you have got full knowledge of Brahma, then you are a Brahma. Jnanam Vijnanam Astikam Brahma Karma Svabhava. And Narad Muni says that this qualification can be acquired by others also. As a son of a Brahman can by bad association disqualify himself, similarly a son of a non-Brahmin, he can qualify himself. It is education. It is not that it is monopoly by a certain section. No, that is not the Vedic injunction. Vedic injunction is, as it is in the Bhagavad Gita, Chaturvarnam maya srishtam guna karma vibhagasa. Guna karma. You must have the qualities of a Brahmana or a Kshatriya or a Vaishya or a Shudra. There are 4 divisions of the society. So, if you have the qualification of a Brahmana, guna, and if you act as a Brahmana, then you are a Brahmana. You have no qualification, you don't act as a Brahmana, how you claim yourself as Brahmana? No, that is not allowed. This is Shastric injunction. Narad Muni says, Jadi annatrapi diseta, tattenaiva vinidise. Every has got qualification. That is very natural. That is very natural. Just sahi, just lakhanam sad, varnabhimanjakam. To ascertain which class a man belongs, whether he is a Brahmana or a Kshatriya or a Vaishya, there are qualifications. Just like ordinarily we know. We understand an engineer by qualification, a medical practitioner by qualification. We don't ask whose son you are, Mr. Engineer. No. If you have got engineer's qualification, you are engineer. Otherwise, how can you be engineer? Similarly, jasahi jad lakhanam sad varna bhimanjakam. Varna. This is Brahminical quality. Bhagavad Gita is saying, Sattam samadham titikha arjava. Surjam tejam juddhecha palayanam khatriya. Khatriya must be very heroic. He will never go away from fighting. If a Kshatriya is challenged, I want to fight with you. Yes, come on. That is Kshatriya. Similarly, Brahmana, there is a qualification. So, if such qualification is acquired by somebody else, even though he is not born in that family, Narad Muni says, Tattenaiva vinidise. If a Brahmana has not acquired the Brahminical qualification, but a Kshatriya qualification or a Vaishya qualification or a Shudra qualification, then according to the quality, guna and what, he should be asserted. Similarly, others also, Jadi annatrapi diseta, this is Shastric injunction. And Krishna therefore refers to Brahma Sutra Padasya Hetumadhi Vinishtitam. So, we have to accept the Vedanta Sutra knowledge. Through Vedanta Sutra, Srila Jiva Goswami says, knowledge means Veda Gyan, Vedanta Sutra Gyan, that is knowledge. Because it is very reasonably stated. Reasonably. Hetumadhi Vinishtitam. So, Krishna gives the authority of Vedanta Sutra. So we should have to accept the authority of Vedanta Sutra and try to understand. But Vedanta Sutra is explained in the Srimad Bhagavatam, and if we accept Srimad Bhagavatam, first study Bhagavad Gita, and when we are actually realized what is realization of Bhagavad Gita? Realization of Bhagavad Gita is to know Krishna, the Supreme Personality of God. That is realization. Aradha Bhagavan Brajeshatanaya. Krishna is the Supreme Personality. Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita, Matta Paratarang Nanya Kinchidasti Dhananya. There is no more superior authority than me. If we accept that Krishna is the supreme authority, then you learn Bhagavad Gita. And if you try to make minus Krishna, or if you want to take the position of Krishna, like the Mayavadi, then you become a rascal. There is no knowledge of Bhagavad Gita. Bhagavad Gita means to accept Krishna, the Supreme Personality. And Krishna also demands, Sarvadharman parityajya mamitam saranam. That is the authority. So when one accepts Krishna as the supreme authority, then he can be. Just like after passing your entrance examination, you can be admitted in the degree college. Similarly, Bhagavad Gita is the ABCD of spiritual knowledge. People even cannot understand the ABCD. What to speak of graduation? Srimad Bhagavatam. They have become so full, so degraded. Simple things they cannot understand. This is the position. Therefore, our Krishna consciousness movement is trying its best to make people to understand Bhagavad Gita as it is, without any nonsensical interpretation. This is our mission. But people will not take that. If we give some bluff, that Krishna means you are also Krishna, I am also Krishna. Why Krishna alone shall be God? You are also God, I am also. These things will be very much appreciated. Because we bluff. But that bluffing may be very pleasing to the demons. But those who are actually students of Bhagavad Gita, they will not accept this bluff. So therefore Krishna says, Manusyanam sahasreshu kaschit jatati siddhaya jatotamapi siddhyanam kaschit vetti mam tattva. To understand Krishna is a difficult job, because Krishna says, Manusyanam sahasreshu. In thousands and thousands of people, one may be interested for siddhi. What is that siddhi? Siddhi, perfection. The perfection is how to get out of this material classes, how to stop this repetition of birth, death, old age, and that is called siddhi. So, kosti jadati siddha. Who is interested? They are dying like cats and dogs. They have accepted. Our death is, that's all. But there is a solution of death. But they are not interested. They are prepared to die like cats and dogs, that's all. The human life is meant for making solution of birth, death, old age and disease, but they will not take it. That's all right, let us die. You are going to accept next life as a tree, never mind. They say like that. I will forget. No, you will have to stand up 7,000 years in one place, that's all right. They have become so dull. This is called Kali Yuga. Mandas mandamatayo mandabhagaj bodhrita. Very slow, very bad. Manda means very bad. Sumanda matayo, and if one has got some path or some sect that is also adulterated, nuisance, manda matayo, manda bhagya, unfortunate. Even people have no idea what he is going to eat tomorrow. Actually these things are coming. Manda bhagya, most unfortunate, and ubadrita, are always disturbed by so many natural disturbances, health disturbances, political disturbances. This is the position. So there is great necessity of pushing on this movement, Krishna consciousness, so that their life may be perfect, although it is a difficult job. But still, we are trying our best. If people take advantage of this movement, then the whole problems of his life.
The following is a class on the Bhagavad Gita as it is, 13th chapter, text number 14, given by His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, recorded on October 7th, 1973, in Bombay, India.
Everywhere are his hands and legs, his eyes and faces, and he hears everything. In this way, the super soul exists.
So, we are now discussing Gya, the object of knowledge. Previously we discussed the process of knowledge amanitam, adammittam, ahimsa, khanti, arjavam, achajupasanam. 20 items we have discussed. The chief is Mayicha Ananya Yogena Bhakti Abhyavicharini. The chief of them is Bhakti, Mayicha Ananya Yogena, without any diversion. Ananya Yogena Bhakti Yoga. That is the chief point. Then other qualities of knowledge will develop automatically. Jasyasti bhakti bhagavati akinchana sarvai gunai tattva samasate sura. As soon as you become a pure devotee of the Lord, all the good qualities of the demigods, sura, there are two classes of men, sura and asura. Sura means devotees and asura means non-devotees. The good qualities can be found in the suras. Ahimsa, amanittam, adammittam, ahimsa, khanti, arjavam. There are many instances that the devotees are all qualified. Just like Prahlad Maharaj, he was only 5 years old boy, and his father was always chastising him because his only fault was he was chanting Hare Krishna. So the world is so made full of demons that simply for your fault of chanting Hare Krishna mantra, you will have so many enemies, even your father. This is the position. Simply for this fault, that because we are chanting Hare Krishna mantra, we have got so many enemies. This is the word, Sura and Asura. Because the more Asuras, they will never tolerate. The glorifying the Lord, they cannot tolerate. It is very difficult for them. So there are two classes of men, Suras and Asuras. Sura means Vishnu Bhakta Bhavet Daiva. Sura means Devata or the demigods. And Asura means Vishnu Bhakta Bhavet Daiva Asurastad Viparjaya. And Asuras means just the opposite number of Vishnu Bhakta. They are Asuras. So, if you develop Krishna consciousness, if you develop love for Krishna, then automatically the qualities of the Suras, of the demigods, will develop. You haven't got to endeavor separately for becoming qualified in good qualities. Automatically. Jasyasti bhakti bhagavati akinchana sarvai gunai tattva samasate sura. Harava bhaktasya kuto mahadguna. But if one is not devotee, he cannot have any good quality. Why? Manorathena asato dhavato vahi. Because he is on the mental platform. Devotee means one who is acting on the spiritual platform. And non-devotee means those who are acting on the material platform, either bodily platform or mental platform. These are material platform. Bodily platform, they are called karmis. They are working for their personal benefit. Generally, everyone in the Bombay city, they are working very hard. But what is the aim? For their personal profit. That is called karmi. Either in this life, even those who are performing yajnas for being elevated to the heavenly planet, that is also karma, karma kandiya. They are also karmis. Either for becoming happy in this life or becoming happy nobody can become. it is illusion. But by sense gratification we think that we are happy. That is the Kurmi life on the bodily platform. And the mental platform is little subtle. The philosophers, the poets, the scientists, like that. So both the bodily platform and mental platform, they are material. Because the body is also matter and mind is also matter. That is stated in the Bhagavad Gita. Bhumi rapa analo vayu khanga mano buddhi rivacha aparayam prakriti mein bhinna ashtadha. This body is made of 5 elements: earth, water, fire, air, sky. And mind is their subtle body. Mind, intelligence and egotism. So both platforms are material platforms. Therefore it is said, Harama Bhaktasya. Those who are devotees of the Lord, they are not acting on the mental or the gross material platform. They are not working on that platform. They are working on the spiritual platform. So, good qualities can be attained automatically when you work on spiritual platform. But if you work on material platform, means the gross body and the mind, then good qualities cannot be attained. Harava bhaktasya kuto mahaduguna manorathena asato dhavato vahi. Therefore we find that educated persons, so-called educated, they are not educated, because in the Bhagavad Gita it is said, the so-called educated persons are bereft of real knowledge. Maya aparita jnana. Aparita jnana. Why? Asuri bhavamasita. Because they have taken the position of becoming an atheist, no faith in God. They are asura. So any asura, maya avrita jnana, he may be MA PhD from academic career, but his real knowledge is taken up. Therefore he is atheist. Actual knowledge is to know God. Therefore Krishna is explaining what is knowledge, jnana. Because as soon as you become actually wise, then you become liberated. But if you are not liberated, that means your knowledge is imperfect. Your knowledge is imperfect. So Krishna says jnana. Jnana means matpara Brahma. In the previous verse it has been explained. Anadi matparam Brahma. Brahma means brihatyat bringhanatyat iti Brahma. Nothing is greater than Brahma. That is being explained. How is Brahma? What is the meaning of Brahma? Brahma means sarvata panipadam tat. Brahma has got his hands and legs everywhere. Just like I have got my hands and legs. This is limited. I have got my hands. Why I cannot stretch 5 feet? Only 3 feet. That is also very difficult. But the Brahma's hand, sarvato. Sarvato, everywhere. Just like Krishna said that patram puspam phalam toyam jomi bhaktya prajachit. Now, Krishna says that either a little flower, a little fruit, or little leaf, anyone can collect these things. Even if he is the poorest of the poor, then he can also collect a little flower, a little fruit, little water, and offer Krishna. My dear Krishna, I wanted to offer you something, but I am so poor, I have nothing to offer. I have collected these 3 things as we are prescribed in the Bhagavad Gita. patram puspam phalam toyam jo me bhakta prajachyati. The real thing is bhakti. Krishna, he has appeared here in his form to accept your offering. Not that he is poor. So Krishna comes here to accept your offering, but the demons want to break it. This is demon. He does not think that Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, has so kindly come here in Juhu and accepting our offerings, but the demons will not tolerate. No, Krishna cannot. This is called Asuri Bhavamasrita, Asu, Rakhas. The Ravan, bring Ram's wife, Lakshmi ji, Sita. This is demonic. He was a great devotee of Lord Shiva. But a demon, first class demon, Rakhas. Therefore it is said, Harava Bhakta Sukuto Mahadguna. Even though he was a devotee of Lord Shiva, because you are not a Vaishnava, therefore he had no good qualification. He had no good qualification. Harava Bhakta Sukuto Mahadguna. Manorathena Sato Dhavatu. Manorathena, by mental platform. Ravan thought that I shall enjoy the Lakshmi ji of Narayan. But that is not possible. You can think like that. So, everyone is after Lakshmi ji. The Ravan's philosophy. The whole world is after material acquisition. Lakshmi. Money is called Lakshmi. Everyone is after money. But nobody knows that money can be properly utilized when there is Narayan. Lakshmi can stay when there is Narayan. Lakshmi Narayan. You cannot keep Lakshmi alone without Narayan. That is not possible. Then he will be finished, just like Ravan. He wanted to kill Sita without Ram. Therefore he was finished with his whole family. That is awaiting. The whole world is awaiting that disaster. The America has got atom bomb and the Assasi has got atom bomb. As soon as there is another war, the whole world will be finished. So, this is the Agyan, Maya, Puritagyan. They do not know that we cannot keep Lakshmi without Narayan. That is not possible. Lakshmi can be kept at home with Narayan, because she cannot leave Narayan. So if you want to fall, if you want to enjoy false Lakshmi, that is different. Therefore, a person who is devoid of knowledge, who is not devotee, Krishna conscious, he has no value. Harava bhakta sukuto mohadaguna. He cannot have any good qualities. This is our test. We are not very learned, but we can test. Because we have got the testing tube. Just like a scientist test chemically, analytically test how pure one chemical is within the test tube. Similarly, we have got a test tube. What is that? That test tube is stated in the Bhagavad Gita. Namang duskitinam mudha prabhaddante naradhama maya aparitagyana asuri bhavamasrita. As soon as we see that one is not surrendered soul to Krishna, he is maya aparitagyana. And then what is the category? Duskritina, always sinful. Must be. Because he is sinful, he cannot surrender to Krishna. Namang duskritina mudha. And another class mudha, rascal, without any knowledge. He cannot also surrender to Krishna. Namang duskritina mudha naradhama. And the lowest of the mankind. Why lowest of the mankind? Because this human body, this man's body, not the dog's body, cat's body, but the man's body, that is meant for understanding Krishna, athata brahma jigyasa. That is not meant for spoiling like cats and dogs, jumping from here and there. So, therefore, he is not taking the opportunity of understanding Krishna. Therefore, Naradhama, Adhama. Adhama is the lowest. First class man utilizes his life for proper benefit, but one who cannot, they are called Kripana also. Miser. Just if you have got millions of dollars, you don't use it, you keep it only in the bank or in the treasury to see, oh, I have got millions of dollars. But utilize it. That is intelligence. Utilize, make it millions to 10 times millions by doing it business or something like that. That is intelligence. Similarly, this body, this human form of body, athata brahma jignasa, to understand Brahma, that Brahma is being explained, to understand how Brahma, sarvato panipadastu. Brahma means the greatest. The greatest means not limited. We are limited. Our hands and legs are limited. But Krishna's hands and legs are not limited. Sarvato panipada. Brahma means Krishna. You'll find in the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna is addressed as Parabrahma, Paramdhama, Pavitram Paramam Bhavan. When Arjuna understood Krishna, in the 10th chapter we will find, he is addressing Krishna that you are Parabrahma. Brahma, all of us are Brahma, Aham Brahmasmi. It is not very difficult to understand. I am not this body, matter, but I am spirit soul. Therefore, anyone can understand that he is Brahma. Spirit soul is Brahma, not the Parabrahma. Parabrahma is Krishna. We are Brahma, but part and parcel of the Brahma. Mamaivangsha jiva bhuta. We are part and parcel of the Parabrahma. Therefore we are Brahma. Therefore part and a particle of gold is also gold. A particle of the sea water is also sea water, salty sea water. That is oneness. So far the quality is concerned, that is oneness. A drop of sea water and the whole sea water. In quality they are one. Because the taste of a drop of sea water is also salty. Therefore you can understand the whole water is salty. Chikhlena. So you can understand Parabrahma if you understand yourself. That is called self-realization. Simply the difference is Parabrahma is the greatest and you are the smallest. He is Vibhu, you are Anu. But Maya is so strong because we are qualitatively one. We are thinking we are the Supreme Brahma. That is another nonsense. Because I am salty, therefore I am the sea water. This is not very good logic. A part cannot be equal to the whole. So, here, Jnana means, to understand the Parabrahma means, Sarvato Panipada. Parabrahma has got pani, means hands and pada and legs, everywhere. How it is possible? That is knowledge. That is knowledge. It is possible. Because we are part and parcel of Krishna. We have got our hands and legs. Therefore Krishna has got his hands and legs everywhere. But our hands and legs are now engaged otherwise. It is not for Krishna. That is called illusion. Actually the hands and legs belong to Krishna. My hand, it is not my hand, it is Krishna's hand. My leg, it is Krishna's leg. But in Maya, in illusion, it is covered, upadhi. My hand means it is Indian hand. My leg means it is Indian leg. My hand means American hand. My leg means American leg. No, it is neither American leg, neither Indian leg, neither Indian hand, not American hand. It is all Krishna's hands and legs. That you have to realize. That is real knowledge. That is Gayam. You have to understand that you are not the proprietor of these hands and legs. Krishna is the proprietor. Therefore Krishna's another name is Rishikesha. Rishi means senses and Isha means the master. Rishikesha. Senaya Rubhar Madhye Rathasthapaya me Achyuta. Another place Arjuna has addressed Krishna as Rishikesha. No, I mean to say Sanjaya said Rishikesha. So Krishna's another name is Rishikesha. So Rishik means Indriya, senses, and Rishikesha means the master of the senses. We have got our hands and legs, we have got our mouth, we have got our tongue, we have everything, we have got, that's all right. But the real knowledge means to realize that these hands, legs, tongue, eyes, ears, everything belongs to Krishna. That is knowledge. Therefore bhakti means to become liberated from the false understanding that this is my leg, my head. No, it is Krishna. Sarvapadhi vinimuktam tat paratena nirmalam. When we become purified, purified means at the present moment we have got this false knowledge. This is my hand, this is my leg. When we become purified, we understand that this is Krishna's leg, Krishna's hand, Krishna's eyes. And that is one. Sarvapadhi vinimuktam tat paratena nirmalam. Nirmalam, this is liberation. So long we are materially attached, it is molo. Molo means dirty things. But when we are purified of the dirty things, we can understand. Just like Arjuna. Arjuna was in the beginning thinking that my hand, my leg, it is meant for my family. Therefore he was hesitating to kill. Well, this hand belongs to my family, to my kinsmen, to my country, to my nation, to my society. How I can use these hands and legs against them? Krishna will not fight. This is ignorance. He did not know that his hands and legs belong to Krishna. And when he understood, after reading, after hearing Bhagavad Gita from Krishna, he understood, well, I was thinking the hands and legs belong to my family, to me. No, it belongs to Krishna. It must be used for Krishna. Then he decided, Krishna, karishe bachanam tavo. Now you want me, because this is your hand, your leg. So you want to use these hands and legs for fighting, I must do it. This is knowledge. This is knowledge. Otherwise how? Of course Krishna is all pervading. Still, we are also patterned, everything. All pervading means everything belongs to Krishna, everything Krishna's energy. Just like the sun is all pervading. How it is all pervading? By the light and the heat. Light and heat is all pervading. Although sun is localized, sun is situated in one place. How it is all pervading? Because it is supplying the heat and light throughout the universe. Therefore it is all pervading. And what is the heat and light? The energy of the sun. Similarly, the original sun is Krishna, and he has got two energies, the material energy and the spiritual energy. Therefore, everything is Krishna's. Parasya Brahmana Shakti, Sarvedam Akhilam Jagat, Sarvam Khulu Idam Brahma. That is realization. When you understand that everything belongs to Krishna, because everything is manifestation of Krishna's energies, just like this whole material world. What is this? This is only expansion of the energy of the sun, heat and light. Those who are scientists, they can understand. Physics, heat and light. Similarly, the whole creation, that is Krishna's energy, heat and light. Material energy and the spiritual energy. Bhumi rapana lo vayu khangamano buddhi. Vinname prakriti rastadha aparayam mitastu viddhime prakritim para jiva bhuta mahabaho jayedam dharjate jagat. That is the superior energy, living entity. So you are living entity. We are superior energy of Krishna. But we have become inferior on account of this material covering. We have become inferior, but we are not inferior, we are superior energy. When we act for Krishna, then we are situated in our own position. That is called mukti. In the Srimad Bhagavatam it is said, mukti means hitya annatha rupam sarupena avastiti. That is mukti. Mukti does not mean that you have got now 2 hands and as soon as you become mukta you will have 3,000 hands. No, not that. Mukti means sarupena avasthiti. When we understand that I am utilizing hands and legs and eyes for my sense gratification, no, this is wrong. It should be utilized for Krishna's service. My hands should be engaged for Krishna's service. My hands should be engaged for cleansing this temple. My hands should be engaged for cooking Krishna's food. In this way, my hands should be utilized for writing for Krishna, glorifying Krishna. My legs should be used for going to the temple of Krishna. My eyes should be used for seeing beauty of Krishna. My ears should be used for hearing glories of Krishna. My tongue should be used for chanting Krishna. That is mukti. Mukti is not a very difficult thing. You can attain mukti in a second. Simply if you agree, as Krishna says, Sarva dharman parittajya mamekam saranam vaji. Aham tva sarva pape mokkhasyan. Then aham tva sarva pape mokkhasyan. This is mukti, mokkhasyan. So Krishna is offering you this mukti. Mukti parisano bhava virakti annatra sya. Virakti annatra sya. When you understand that these hands and legs belong to Krishna, so I am misusing them. So long I have misused them. I have used for my personal sense gratification or expanded sense gratification. This so-called socialism, nationalism, thisism, that is also sense gratification. But it is an expanded sense gratification. He has got his legs and hands, eyes, head, then how he becomes impersonal, void. Where is this conception comes from? Bhagavad Gita. The rascal said that God is impersonal, no form. How it is possible? If he has got hands and legs, heads and ears, how he has become formless? Tell me, who is there? How he becomes formless? He is not formless, but the difference is his form is different from our form. Our hands and legs are limited, but he has got his hands and legs. That is not limited, that is unlimited. That is the difference. When we say, when there is such thing as formless, formless means he hasn't got a form like us, which is limited. Sachida Ishvara Parama Krishna, Sachidananda Vigraha, Anadi Radi Govinda Sarvakarana Karana. He has got his form, he has got his hand. Just like Krishna says, Patram Puspam Phalam Tuyam Jomi Bhakta Prajachadi. Tadaham Bhaktya Puritam Asnami. Now if you say Krishna is in the Goloka Vrindavan, far away from here, how he accepts? That is the answer is here. That Sarvato Panipada, he has got hands. That is the Vedic injunction. Apanipada Javana Grihita. The absolute Brahma has no hands and legs, but he can accept anything. He can walk everywhere. Just contradictory. Pashyati Achakhu. He has no eyes, but he can see everything. This is the difference. He has got his form. That is spiritual form. That is not this material limited form. But he has got his form. One who does not understand his unlimited form, Brahma form, Sarvato, everywhere. He can go, everywhere he can see, everywhere he can accept whatever you offer, everywhere he can walk. That is his form. But he is not formless. Therefore he is called omniscient, omnipotent, omnipresent. These are the adjectives given to God. Omnipresent. He is present everywhere. That's a fact. Ishara sarva bhutanam riddeshe arjuna tishtati. He is sitting within your heart. He is seeing everything, what you are acting. Ishara sarva sarvasya chaham ridisannivishta mattas sute jnanam apohanancha. So this is knowledge. This is knowledge. Not that to make Krishna formless. He does not eat, he does not speak, he does not walk, he has no hand, he has no head. That is not knowledge. That is ignorance, foolishness. Mudha. Avajananti maga mudha manasim tanumas param bhavam ajananta. Because he does not know the param bhav. This is param bhav. Krishna has form, but a form not like us. That is param bhav. He is present everywhere. He can accept anything, wherever you offer. That Krishna says, tadaham bhaktya uparitam asnani. Krishna says, I take. Who are you to say that Krishna does not accept? Krishna accepts, provided it is given with devotion. That is wanted. Tadaham bhaktya uparitam. Anyone brings something to offer Krishna with bhakti. Krishna is not hungry, but he accepts. He takes whole food stuff. He still remains food.
The following is a class on the Bhagavad Gita as it is, 13th chapter, text number 6 and 7, given by His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, recorded on September 29th, 1973, in Bombay, India.
Krishna is discussing Kshetra, Kshetrajna, Gyan and Gyan. So Kshetra, idam shariram Kshetra meti vidhiyate. This body is the Kshetra. Kshetra means the field of activities. Just like a cultivator. He has got a certain portion of land, and according to the land, he is seeding, sowing the seeds of grains. And as he is working, he is getting the profit by agricultural product. Similarly, this body is a field, and we are sowing the seed, karma, sowing the seed and getting the result. Karmana daiva netrena. Why you have got different types of bodies? Why you haven't got everyone the same type of body? Somebody is fat, somebody is very thin, somebody white, somebody black, somebody very beautiful, somebody very ugly. There are so many varieties of bodies. Why? Sanghata. This is combination, color combination. There are three gunas. Prakriti kriyamanani gunai karmani sarva. As you are associating with the guna, we are getting different types of body. That is, Krishna is explaining here that Mahabhutani, ahankara. The ahankara is very important thing. False ahankar and real ahankar. Ahankar means law of identity. I am Indian. This is ahankar. I am American. This is ahankar. I am rich man. This is also ahankar. I am poor man. There are so many ahankar, law of identification. So, this ahankar is the basis of getting a type of body. And This is the subtle basis, ahankar. Mona buddhi ahankar. There are 8 material elements. Bhumi, rapa, anala, vayu, kangmana, buddhi, rivati. That is stated in the 7th chapter. This earth, water, fire, air, sky, mind, intelligence, and ahankar. This is creating my different types of body. Krishna therefore says, Mahabhutan ahankara buddhi avyaktam eva. Avyaktam means a total material substance. Just like when you construct a house, there are heaps of materials. Some stone, some cement, some woods, some iron, and you combine together Tejo Bharimit Vinimayam, this whole world is exchange of 3 things. Tejo, fire, Bari means water, and Mrit means earth. So what is this? Bombay city. The Bombay city is a heap of Tejo Bharimit Vinimayam. Here is one expert in India, he knows how to mix these 3 things, Tejo Bharimit Vinimaya, exchange. If there was no stock of Tejo Bharimit Vinimaya, you could not build such a nice city. But we supply the ingredients. Can you create earth? No. Can you create water? No. You cannot create. You are simply working. You are simply working hard, mixing them, that's all. Tejo Bharimit Vinimaya. You cannot create, that is not possible. The creator is God. The creator is God. That is stated in the 7th chapter. Prakriti me ashtadha, me. Krishna says it is mine. So this is called illusion. We are using Krishna's property, but we are claiming our. That is called illusion. Therefore Shastra says, Vedas says, Ishavassamidam sarvam. Everything belongs to God. You cannot create this big mass of water, sea or ocean. That is not possible. Who has created? Somebody has created. That is stated in the Shastra. There is perspiration. This water is perspiration of Mahavishnu. We can understand because we are minute particles of Mahavishnu. Mamaivangsha Jiva Bhuta. So sometimes we perspire and create some water, say half an ounce water. But if somebody has unlimited power to perspire and create water, what is the difficulty to understand? There is no difficulty. If you take it for acceptance that this vast mass of water has come from the perspiration of the Supreme Personality of God, so there is nothing to deny this fact. Achinta Shakti. Achinta Shakti means inconceivable power. We have got inconceivable power because we are minute particle of God. We have also minute inconceivable power. We do not know how the hairs are growing, but the energy is there within me. Similarly, so many things come out from the inconceivable power of Krishna. Therefore Krishna claims, Bhumi rapanana vayu khangmana buddhi gocha prakriti me ashtadha, bhinna prakriti me ashtadha. They are my separated energy. So, this whole earth is creation of these 5 elements, gross elements. So, it is Krishna's property. How we can claim this is our property? That is illusion. We are claiming this portion is American, this portion is Indian, this portion is Pakistani. But we do not know that no person belongs to us, everything belongs to Krishna. For practical purpose, if we accept that the whole world belongs to Krishna, God, and we are sons of God, we have got right to use the property of Father. So you can use. But the difficulty is that we are claiming that this portion is mine. This portion is mine. But if we don't claim like that, everything belongs to God, that is practical communism. If we accept the whole world as the property of God, make God-centered communism. The Russians are making the state-centered communism. But if you make God-centered, that is Ishopanishad, Ishavassamidam Sarvam. Everything belongs to God. And everyone has, that is stated in the Shastra, that everything belongs to God, everything is property of God, and we can utilize, we can use that, javadatha prayajana. As much as we require, we can take. Just like the birds and beasts, they are living on nature's condition. The bird will go to a tree and eat some fruit, but not more than he requires. Neither he will take the fruit at his home to stock for next day or for making black market. No. We have created all this nonsense situation by claiming God's property as ours. This is the mistake. But the rascal leaders, they do not know what mistake they have committed in the beginning. Tena eva sauchyate. Everything belongs to God. Therefore, everything should be employed in the service of God. This is our Krishna consciousness philosophy. We do not think anything which has no connection with Krishna. We take everything. Just like we are using this microphone. We do not think it is material because it is being used for Krishna's purpose. That word is spiritual. That is the difference between material and spiritual. When you accept it as your own or for your own sense gratification, that is material. And if you accept everything as Krishna's and you simply take Krishna's prasadam, then it is spiritual. We are not Mayavadi philosophers that we say Brahma Sattva Jagat Mithya. No. Why Jagat should be Mithya? If Krishna is true, God is true, the Jagat is also true because it is the energy of Krishna. Krishna says, Bhumi Rapananavai. Therefore our Goswami is prescribed Prapanchika buddhaya Hari Sambandhi Bostuna Mumuksuvi Parityaga Phalgu Vairagya Tatthate. Prapanchika buddhya. What is the sound? prapanchika buddhya, by accepting something as material, Hari sambandhi vastula, but it has connection with Hari. So if we give it up, then it is Pulgu Vairagya. Just like this for land. We are fighting because we are thinking that Krishna has come here. Krishna is seated here. It cannot be better. We are not thinking that it is a material thing. This is an example. Just like Arjun fought because he thought that this war, this Kurukshetra battle, is for the satisfaction of Krishna. Karishe vachanam thav. In the beginning, Arjun denied to fight. He thought, why shall I fight with my kinsmen? Let them enjoy. But when he understood that it is Krishna's desire, nimitta matra bhavasabbhasache, it is already planned. Krishna says, my dear Arjuna, you are thinking that you will save your relatives, but you are wrong. It is already planned. Those who have come here, they must be killed. That is already my plan. You simply become an instrument. Nimitta matra bhavasabbhasāsa. So when Arjuna understood that it is the Krishna's plan, then I am servant of Krishna. I must satisfy Krishna. Krishna therefore asked Arjuna, now after hearing my instruction in the Bhagavad Gita, what you are going to do? Krishna said, Arjuna replied, Nashta moho siddhilabdha. My Lord Krishna, my illusion is now over. Siddhilabdha, I have got my remembrance. Everything belongs to you. For your satisfaction, everything must be done. Karishe vachanam. Yes, I will fight. This is Krishna consciousness. So long you think it is for your satisfaction, that is material. And as soon as you think, as soon as you understand that everything belongs to Krishna and everything should be used for the service of Krishna, that is spiritual. That is the distinction between material and spiritual. There is nothing like that material. Spiritual is something wonderful. Everything, Ishavashamidam sarvam, if everything belongs to Krishna, where is material? There is nothing material. Everything spiritual. But we do not know how to use it. Therefore it is material. When you forget Krishna, when you forget the proprietorship of Krishna upon everything, that is material. Hari sambandhe, Krishna sambandhe, nirbandhe Krishna sambandhe, jukta vairagam uchyate. This is the injunction of the Goswamis. That we have to accept everything as Krishna. That is the fact. And we are using everything without utilizing for Krishna's purpose. Therefore it is material. And in the Bhagavad Gita it is said, Stena eva sauchyate, he is thief. He is thief. Jagyartha karmannatro lokayam karma bandhana. As one man is criminal because he does not satisfy the state. What is the position of a criminal person? Because he disobeys the laws of the state, he is criminal. That is the distinction between a good citizen and a criminal citizen. One who does not obey the laws of the state, he is criminal. Say everyone who does not obey the orders of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, he is criminal. Stena eva sauchyate. Stena eva sauchyate. This is the verdict of the Shastra. Forgetfulness of Krishna or God is materialism, and not to use things for Krishna's satisfaction is criminality. So people do not understand this thing. Krishna therefore explaining that this body, Mahabhutani Ahankara, Buddhi Rabbaktam Evacha, Indriyani Dasaika. Indriyani, these 10 senses, 5 senses for acquiring knowledge and 5 senses for acting, 10, and the mind, 10 and 1, 11. Indriyani Dasaikancha, Pancha Chendriya Gochar. Indriya Gochar, the object of sense gratification. Tanmatra, just like Roop, Ras, Gandha, Shabda, Sparsh. Beauty, Roop, Ras, taste, Roop, Ras, Gandha, smell, Shabda, sound, Sparsha, touch. These are the objects of enjoyment. Our eyes are there. We are hankering after seeing very beautiful things. Roop, Ras. The tongue is there. We are always trying to taste very nice eatables. Gandha, nose is there. We want to smell very flavorable flowers and other things. In this way, we have got indriyas, senses, and this body made of gross elements, and the ahankar and buddhi, monobuddhi ahankar, these are the subtle body. In this way, this kshetra, this body is combination of all these things. Combination of all these things. Now it is very Mahabhutani Ahankara Buddhi Abbakta Evacha Indriyani Dasaikamcha Pancha Chendriya Gochara Ichha Desha. This is the Ichha Desha, action of the mind. Willing, feeling. Ichha Desha. Sometimes we like something, sometimes we do not like. This is called Ichha Desha. Ichha Desha Samuthena. Sarge Janti Parantam. We take birth within this material world according to Ichha and Desha. These two things are there. Something we like, something we do not like. Ichha Desha, Sukham Dukkham. Sanghata Chetana Dhriti Etas Chetang Samasena Sabikaram Garita. This is the combination of all these things that has made this body. So, the composition is very subtle. Very good chemists, they can understand how by combining different elements they can produce something. So, these chemical products of this body is described by Krishna very nicely. Gross chemical and subtle chemical. But I am different from this. That is knowledge. I am different from this combination. But that you do not know. That is ignorance. I am thinking that I am this combination. And I am thinking where from this combination has come into being, that is my place. That is described in the Shastra. Jasyatma buddhi kunape tridhatuke sadhik kalatra desu bhauma ijjati. The chemicals comes from the earth. So everything in my body, they have come from these material elements. And I am identifying this place is mine because this body is born out of these elements. That is going on as nationalism. Bhauma ijjati. Bhauma ijjati. They will not prefer worshipping Krishna. They will prefer worshipping that land from which this body has emanated. Bhauma ijjati. So Shastra says, anyone who identifies this body as self, jasyatma buddhi kunape tridhatuke. This body is made of tridhatu, kapha, pitta, vaya, according to Ayurveda system. Kapha, mucus and bile. Kapha, pitta, vaya. Jasyatma buddhi kunape tridhatuke. Sadik Kalatradishu, and kinsmen, my own persons, Sadik Kalatradishu, wife, and production from the wife, children, or dynasty, family, community, Sadik Kalatradishu, Jasyatu buddhi kunapeti dhatuke Sadik Kalatradishu bhaumaijyadi. And that land, this is my birthplace, this is worshipable. Jatitha buddhi salilena karhichit. And they go to the places, holy places of pilgrimage. Tirtha buddhi salile. Just like somebody goes to Haridwar, Vrindavan, they finish their tirtha, going, taking so much trouble. Just as in Calcutta, there is Ganges. But people will go to Haridwar for taking bath in the Ganges there. Why it is prescribed? Not for the Ganges. The Ganges is there already in Calcutta. But if you go to a holy place, you will find saintly person, that is required. But if you simply go to the holy places and take bath in the water and finish your business, no, that is not recommended. Tirtha, going to Tirtha means to find out a learned, saintly person and take knowledge from them. That is Tirtha. Therefore it is said, Jat Tirtha buddhi salilena karhichit janeshu aviggeshu. Those who are expert giving in knowledge. We should associate Satan prasangatmo bija samvida bhavanti nitkarna rasayana katha. If we associate with saintly persons and hear from them Bhagavad Gita and other Vedic literatures, then Ritkarna Rasayana Katha, it becomes appealing to the heart, Rit, and pleasing to the ear. Ritkarna Rasayana Katha, Tajjosana, and if you bring them into practical purposes, apply in your life, then Saddhya Bhakti, Rati Anukramishati, then gradually you will become faithful to the Supreme. Saddhya Bhakti, you will develop your natural instincts of devotional service, Saddhya Bhakti Rati, attachment, Anukramishati, one after another. This is the process. Unfortunately, we are not taking advantage of these prerogatives of human life. We are simply engaged like cats and dogs for utilizing our life, eating, sleeping, sex life and defense. Ahara nidra bhayamaintanancha samannamitat pusavinarana. These demands of the body, eating, sleeping, sex life and defense, that is there in the animal life. Then what is the difference between the animal life and human life? Unless you become inquisitive to know Adhata Brahma Jignasa. There are Vedanta Sutra says that this life is meant for inquiring about the absolute truth. Tattva Jignasa. Jivasya Tattva Jignasa. In the Bhagavata also says, Adhata Brahma Jignasa. But this Krishna consciousness movement is awakening the dormant inquiry of the human society to inquire what I am, what is God, what is my relationship with God, why I have come here in this material world, what is the reason, why I am suffering, I don't want to die, why death is forced upon me. These are the questions to be solved in human life, not the economic development. There is no question of economic development. Everyone is taken care by the mercy of God. But the Ishavas, we have forgotten that everything belongs to God. We are thinking, it is my land. You cannot come here. It is my land. You cannot come here. This mismanagement of the human society is the cause of all troubles, all problems. Therefore, the human society must have Krishna consciousness.
The following is a class on the Bhagavad Gita as it is, 13th chapter, text number 8 through 12, given by His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. Recorded on October 2nd, 1973, in Bombay, India.
Translation. Humility, pridelessness, non-violence, tolerance, simplicity, approaching a bona fide spiritual master, cleanliness, steadiness and self-control, renunciation of the objects of sense gratification, absence of false ego, the perception of the evil of birth, death, old age and disease, non-attachment to children, wife, home and the rest, and even-mindedness amid pleasant and unpleasant events, constant and unalloyed devotion to me, resorting to solitary places, detachment from the general mass of people, accepting the importance of self-realization, and philosophical search for the absolute truth. All these I thus declare to be knowledge, and what is contrary to these is ignorance.
So, we have discussed about the body, Kshetra. The question of Arjuna was Kshetra, Kshetrabhya, Jnanam and Gyam. Now, Kshetra, we have discussed yesterday, Kshetra, this body, is combination of the five great elements, false ego, intelligence, the unmanifested, the 10 senses, the mind, the 5 sense objects, desire, hatred, happiness, distress, the aggregate, the life, symptom, and convictions. All these are considered in summary to be the field of activity. Yesterday we have discussed. So we should not mistake this, that we accept the field of activities identified with myself. That is the end. Suppose you have got a piece of land as agriculture and you produce your food grain in large quantity or small quantity, doesn't matter. Similarly, this body we are utilizing. We can practically see everyone is working with this body in Bombay city. A very poor man is also in Bombay city and a very rich man is also there. Both of them have the same facilities to work, but we find that one man is working very hard day and night, hardly he is getting his morsel of food. Another man, simply by going, sitting in the office, earning thousands and thousands. Why? Because the difference of the field of activity. The body is different. Because one has got a certain type of body, his destination is already there. Karmana daivanatreena. Deho, jantar deho upavatti. We can study this thing. That somebody is living in a poor slum, and another man is living in a very palatial building. So, simply by endeavoring that I shall live in a palatial building and I shall not live in this poor slum house, it is not possible, because the destiny is there. Therefore, the body is made according to our past karma, and that is called destiny. Your happiness and distress according to the body is already settled down. It is not possible by natural way to improve or disimprove it. It is already settled down. Therefore Shastra says, Tasyaiva heta prajateta kovida nalabhati tad bhavatam uparajat. Tallabhati dukkha vadannata sukham kalena sarvatra gavira rangasa. The human life should be utilized for understanding the absolute truth. The next paragraph that describes how one can understand the absolute truth. Amanitam, adamnitam, vahimsa, kanti, arjana. So, our life should be utilized for understanding the absolute truth, not for economic development. Economic development, what is already destined, you cannot improve less or more. It is already settled. There are so many examples. Just like a pig has got a body, he likes to eat stool. If you give him halwa, then don't eat stool. Take this nice halwa. He is not interested. Because he has got a particular type of body. That is the aggregate, that is already explained. Mahabhutani ahankara buddhi rabbaksacha ichchadesha sukham dukkha. Ichchadesha. The ichchadesha according to the body. He has got the desire to eat this stool, that is his ichcha. And he has got a desha for the halwa. While a gentleman, advanced gentleman, he has got the ichcha for halwa, not for the stool. Therefore, our duty should be that without trying, that was Indian civilization. Everyone was happy in his position. Brahman, Kshatri, Vaishya, Shudra. The culture was so nice that nobody was unhappy. Even if he is a Shudra, or even if he is a Vaishya, or a Brahman or Kshatriya, it is not that because the Kshatriyas, the royal family, they were happy and the Brahmanas were not happy, or the Shudras were not happy. No, everyone was happy. Because still in India, you go to the village, they are happy with their destination. This is the Indian culture. Now we are injecting discontentment. Otherwise everyone was happy in his position. God has given this position. So this is all right, let me do my work. That is satisfaction. Everyone is satisfied. Still it is going on. Although great propaganda is going on to kill the Vedic culture. Still some, in 1971, we attended the Magh Mela. In 1971 or which year? The Allahabad Magh Mela? 71. Yeah. So people were coming there, thousands and thousands to take a bath in the Ganges, and they were happy. There in Calcutta, there was a Indo-American society. I was invited to speak there. So they gave me the subject matter, East and West. So, so far we are concerned, we have no such distinction East and West. We know that everyone is human being, and everyone, every living entity, not only the human being, even the birds, beasts, animals, trees, everyone, a living entity is part and parcel of God, Krishna, Mamai Bam Sutiva Bhuta. So everyone is in ignorance. That is our concept. Our propaganda is not for the East and the West, but our fight is with the ignorance of the people. Because at the present moment, people are kept in ignorance, in foolishness, that he is this body, bodily identification. But still, there is difference between East and West. In the West, I have talked with big professors, learned scholars. They have no idea of next life. I talked with Professor Kotovsky in Moscow. He said, Swamiji, after annihilation of this body, everything is finished. They have no idea that there is soul. And in India, even the poorest man, he knows that there is next life. I existed in the past and I will exist in the future. This very conclusion is known even to the poorest man in literature. That is, of course, the difference between East and West. So anyway, our position is that we should not identify this body as self. Krishna says here that Adhyatma Jnana Nityatam Tattva Jnanartha Darshanam Etat Jnanam iti Pruktam Ajnanam Jat Atha Annatha. Adhyatma Jnana, to understand oneself as the spirit soul, that Jnanam. Adhyatma Jnanam Tattva Jnanartha Darshanam. Philosophy should be utilized, logic and philosophy should be utilized for self-realization, not for simply mental speculation. We find nowadays big philosophers write volumes of books, simply theorizing, without any understanding of the spirit soul. Big philosophers. And Krishna says that if one simply puts philosophical theories for some utopian ideas, now as time is coming, which will be like this, like that. No. Time is there already. You cannot manufacture time like this or like that. It will go on. It is eternal. It is eternal, just like Krishna has said in the second chapter of the Bhagavad Gita, that Arjuna, you and me and all the soldiers and kings who are assembled here, it is not that we did not exist in the past. We are existing now and we shall continue to exist in the future. So, this eternity of the soul, we do not know. We are simply identifying ourselves with this body and we are simply interested for the bodily comforts of life. This is the civilization going on. So although we have got this Bhagavad Gita, at least in India, the education should have been on the line of Bhagavad Gita for the benefit of the people of India. Unfortunately, nobody is taking care. Even though there are some propaganda of understanding Bhagavad Gita, they are interpreting in their own way to fulfill their own ambition. This is going on. So, here Krishna says, Amanittam. Amanittam, what is it? Amanittam. The central point of process of knowledge is mentioned here. Mohicha ananna yogena bhakti abhyadicharini. One has to be fixed up on this point. There are 18 different descriptions of the process of knowledge, but the central point is mohicha. Mohicha, cha means that is the main point. Without Krishna, if you simply try to become elevated in knowledge, that will not stand. that will not stand. Therefore Krishna says, Moicha ananya yogena. Ananya yogena means without any deviation. Ananya yogena bhakti, abhyavicharini, without any deviation. Abhyavicharini means without any disturbance. Ananya bhakti. In another place Krishna says, Opite sudurachara bhajate mam ananya bhav. Opite sudurachara bhajate mam ananya bhav sadhudeva samantappo. Sammak bhavasita isa. The central point is Bhagavad Bhakti. Harava bhaktasya kuto mahadguna. If one is not a devotee of the Lord, Krishna, Harava bhaktasya kuto mahadguna, he cannot possess any great qualities. That is not possible. Harava bhaktasya kuto mahadguna. We have seen practically, just like Ravan. Ravan was a great personality, a great devotee of Lord Shiva also, and materially his kingdom was very much advanced. It is said that the Lanka was made of gold. Actually, there are many palaces, and he was a very big Vedic scholar. But one thing, that he was against Rama. And for this disqualification, he is still described as Asura, Raksasa. So harava bhaktasya kuto mahadguna monorathena sato dhavatu. If one is not devotee of the Lord, he will simply concoct on the mental platform. That will not make. Ravan also wanted to make a staircase to go directly to the heavenly planet. Just like we are, at the present moment, we are trying to go directly to the moon planet by Sputnik. But it has failed. It is not possible. In that way we cannot go. If we want to go to another planet, the process is described in the Bhagavad Gita. Janti deva brata deva, pitrin janti pitri brata. If you want to go to the higher planetary system, then that particular Devata Indralok, Chandralok, the moon planet Chandralok, that is also considered as one of the heavenly planets. So you have to prepare yourself by karmakandya activities. Then you can go there by after this body is finished, you immediately transfer to certain planet where you want to go. Similarly, if you want to go to the planet where Krishna lives, Goloka Vrindavan, Golokanam nijadham nitale chatasya devi mahesha haridhamasu teshu teshu tete prabhava nichaya vihitasya jena govindamadi purusam tamaham gaya. There is parastasmatu bhavayanya bhaktya sanatana. They are described in Bhagavad Gita. Beyond this material nature, there is another nature. That is called sanatana. Parastasmatu bhava means sabhava or nature. As you see this material nature, although you are seeing, you cannot go. You are so limited, conditioned. You see so many planets twinkling at night, but there is no possibility of going there. You cannot go to the nearest planet in the moon planet by your mechanical arrangement. The modern scientists, the Sputnik experts, they say to go to the topmost planet of this universe, it will take 40,000 of years. Who is going for 40,000, flying 40,000 of years and again come back and see you? Yes, I went to such and such planet. Is it possible? So we are so poor. It is not possible in that way. So this is the position of our going to the material planets, and what to speak of the spiritual planets. That is far, far away. You cannot travel within the space of material world. Panthastu koti satavatsa sampragamma vayu rathapi manaso manipungavana sappastija pravadasena avichinta tatte govindamadi purutham tamahvaya. Panthastu koti satavatsa. Not only 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, or 40,000 years. Koti satavatsa. Koti, you know, 100 times lakhs makes koti, and again multiply it by 100. Koti shatavatsa. And the speed, what is the speed of that aeroplane? Panthas koti shatavatsa sampragamma vayorathapi. Aeroplane, vayo manasa. And with the speed of mind. Airplane running with the speed of mind. You know what is the speed of mind? You are sitting here, and within a second, your mind can go some 10,000 miles away. Within a second. So, even with that speed, and running on for koti shatavasra, you cannot go to the spiritual planet. This is the thing. So, pastija prapadasena avichinta. So in that way you cannot go. But you can go if you prepare yourself. Madhyajino pijanti ma. Madhyajino. Those who are devotees of the Lord. Madhyajino. That is the principle of Bhagavad Gita. Manvana bhava madbhakta madhyaji. Madhyaji worship me. So madhyajino api janti ma. You can go to the Krishna planet. Goloka Namni Nijadham Nitaritas. The Krishna Dham is described in the Shastra, Brahma Samhita. Chintamani Prakara Sadamasu Kalpa Vrikha Lakha Briteshu Surabhira Vipalayantam Lakshmi Sahasra Sata Sambrama Sevamanam Govindam Adipurusam Tamaham Bhaja. There is the Goloka Vrindavan planet. The Goloka Vrindavan planet is the topmost planet. This material world, then you will get spiritual world. Then spiritual world, as you have got in this material world, this is only one universe. There are millions of universes, even within this material world. Jasyaika nishasita kala mathavalamba jivanti loma vilaja jagadanda natha. Jasyaika nishasita kala mathavalamba. People claim, some rascal claim I am God. Here is the description of God. Jasyaika nishasita kalama atha avalamba jivanti loma vilaja jagadanda natha. Jagadanda natha means Brahma. You have understood Brahma's duration of life. Sahasra yuga parjantam arahajat brahmano vidu. The Brahma's 1 day, 12 hours he cannot calculate. Sahasra yuga. Yuga means 43 lakhs of years and multiply it by 1,000 and then it comes to be 12 hours of Brahma's ayu. Such Brahma lives only jasyaika nishasita kalama phalam. Mahavishnu is exhaling and inhaling. When he is inhaling, so many Brahmas are going with him. And when he is exhaling, so many Brahmas are coming. When so many Brahmanas are coming. This is the position. Jasyaika nishasita kalamathavalamba jivanti loma vilaja jagadanda natha Vishnu mahan jayir kala vishesha govindamadi purusantava. That Mahavishnu is partial representation of Govind. Govindamadi purusantava. So, this is called knowledge. One has to know what is God, what is the nature of God. So, one has the first qualification is amanitam. Don't be puffed up with your false knowledge. Having this little degree from the university, you are thinking that you have become so learned, you don't care for God. This is nonsense. Therefore, first qualification to make progress in knowledge is amanitam. Amanitam. Don't be proud falsely. Our present education is simply teaching people how to become falsely proud. Just like here is Bhagavad Gita is going on. They are falsely proud. What do you have to learn here? We know everything. We know everything. We are MA PhD, that's all. We have finished all education. Therefore, the first thing is amanitam, pridelessness. God reading the first part.
So if one does not approach, or is not able to approach, the transcendental service of the Lord, then the other 19 items are of no particular value. But if one takes to devotional service in full Krishna consciousness, the other 19 items automatically develop within him.
Yes. This is the central point. Dishonesty, bhakti, bhagavati, akinchana, sarvai gunai tattva samasate sura. All the qualities of the demigods. Sura, sura no sura. Sura means demigods or gods, and asura means demons. So, if one becomes devotee of Krishna, Dishonesty, bhakti, bhagavati, akinchana. Akinchana, pridelessness. Akinchana, Krishna's another name is akinchana gochara. He can be understood by akinchana, one who thinks himself as very humble meek. That is also said in the Bible, that one has to become meek and humble, then he can understand. And that is also Krishna demanding. So first surrender, become humble and meek. This is the verdict of all Vedic Shastra. Jnani prayasam mudapasam namanta eva sarvakharitanga bhavadiya vartam. This is the statement of Brahma. That one should give up the nonsense process of mental speculation. God may be like this, God may be like that. No. God is not manufactured by your mental speculation. God is God, always. Krishna. Krishna is God from the childhood. When he was 3 months old, he demonstrated his godly power. He immediately killed Sakatasur. He immediately killed Putana. So he did not become God by meditation, manufactured in some mystic factory. God is God. God is always God. Even when he is child, when he is young man, when he is a boy. Krishna, when he was a boy of 7 years old, he lifted the Govardhan hill. That is God. Not that here is a man, by mystic power he has become God. No. That God is different God. Real God is always God. So, that real God can be realized by a person who is humble and meek. Amanitam, adamnitam. God. Krishna consciousness. The other 19 items automatically develop. Dishonesty, bhakti, bhagavat, akinchana, sarvai gunai tattva samasati sura. Automatic. Jasmin vigyate sarvamedam vigyatam bhavanti. This is the Vedic assertion. If you simply understand one, that Krishna, then you understand everything. Just like in Bhagavad Gita. If you try to understand Krishna, you get all the knowledge, material, spiritual, everything. Practical. Jasmin vigyate sarvamedam vigyatam bhavanti. God.
The principle of accepting a spiritual master, as mentioned in the 7th verse, is essential.
Yes. The knowledge has to be acquired. Acharya upasanam. Here it is said. You have to worship Acharya. Acharyaman Purusha Veda. One who has accepted. Narottam Thakur has also said, Asray loiya bhaje Krishna tare nahi taje. Arsa more akara. Asray, you have to take shelter. Evam parampara praptam imam raja sahibi. And Arjuna also said, Shishasteham sadimam prapanyam. Shishas Acharya, Acharya Upasana. Krishna and Arjuna two friends, there was no need of accepting Krishna as Arjuna's spiritual master. Still, he is accepting officially. Shishasteham sadhiman prapannam. I am accepting you as my spiritual master. Please teach me. So this is essential. Acharya upasana. Tad vijnanatham sa gurumeva avigachet. This is Vedic instruction. If you are at all interested in the understanding of spiritual subject matter, then you must approach a bona fide spiritual master. Tad vijnanatham sa gurumeva avigachet. Avigachet means must. It is not that if you like you can go, if you do not like you do not. No, you must. Avigachet. Samitmani sutram brahman. Tasmad gurum prabhaddita jigyasu sreya uttama. It is not a fashion to accept one guru. If you are actually interested, sreya uttama, the highest perfection of life, tasmad gurum prabhaddita, then you have to accept the guru. This is called acharya upasana. Even Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, he accepted Sandipuni Muni as teacher, master. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he is also incarnation of Krishna, but he accepted Ishwar Puri as his guru. They do not require guru, but just to keep pace with the official program, even God, personally, he accepted spiritual master. So this is essential. Acharya upasana. To become humble, to meet ahimsa, non-violence, khanti, tolerance. In this way you have to make progress. The other 99 items will be described.
The following is a class on the Bhagavad Gita as it is, 13th chapter, text number 8 through 12, given by His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, recorded on October 3rd, 1973, in Bombay, India.
Krishna, the Supreme Authority, Supreme Personality of Godhead, is speaking the process of acquiring knowledge. Jnanam. So, the first beginning of knowledge is humility. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has taught Tinadupi sunichena tarorapi sahisnuna amanina manadena kirtaniya sadahari. Anyone, this humbleness and humility is taught everywhere. Without being gentle, humble, how one can be a man of knowledge? But at the present moment, the humility is forgotten. Everyone is proud, unnecessarily. Although he is nothing, he is proud. So much so that sometimes a rascal says that I am God. This is the modern civilization. It's so puffed up, so proud, that one claims to become God. What to speak of other things? No. The first thing is that one must be very humble. This is the process of Vedic civilization. Vidya vinaya sampanne brahmani. One has to become Brahmana. Brahmana means Vidya vinaya sampanna. He must be learned and humble. That is Brahman. Vidya vinaya sampanne brahmani govihati. That is the first class life. Vidya vinaya sampanna Brahman. Why Brahmana is honored in the society? Because Brahmana means Vidya vinaya sampanna and very humble. Vidya vinaya sampanna. Vidya means Vidya dadati namrata. Vidyan means he must be very gentle, namra. That is Vidya. Education does not mean unnecessarily to become proud. Just like we hear that even a great scientist, Sir Isaac Newton, he used to say that what knowledge I have got, I have simply collected a few grains sand from the big beach. Yes, that is humble. So Krishna says that in the process of acquiring knowledge, one must be very humble and meek. This is the first qualification. This is Satago. But those who are situated in the Rajagun and Tamagun, they cannot become humble. That is not possible. Passion and ignorance. So one has to, knowledge means one has to come to the platform of goodness, Satagun, the Brahminical qualification. Samadama titikha arjavam jnanam vijnanam astikam brahma karma savavajam. Everything is there in the Bhagavad Gita. The qualification. These are the qualification of Brahman. These are the qualification of Kshatriya. These are the qualification of Vaishyas. These are the qualification of Shudras. Shudras one qualification. What is that? Parichajyatmakam Shudra karma sabhavajam. A Shudra means he will be satisfied if he gets one good master, that's all. No other qualification. So at the present moment, a person may be a great technologist, highly educated, but if he does not get a good master, good employer, he is nothing. He has no value. But he has no independence. He has to accept some service. But a Brahmana will never accept anyone's service. No. It is stated that in the Shastras that if there is bad time for a Brahmana, he may accept the profession of a Kshatriya or even up to Vaishya, but never the profession of a Shudra, which is dog's business. These are the statements in the Shastra. So, this platform of knowledge, Vidya Vinaya Sampani, Brahman, one has to become Brahmana. Then one becomes humble, meek, and other qualification follows. The material conception of life makes us very eager to receive honor from others. That is material education. Rajastama. What are the symptoms of different modes of material nature? Satagun, Rajagun, Tamagun. Satagun, goodness. One is satisfied and eager to advance in spiritual knowledge. That is Satagun. Brahmana school. Sattva, Sama, Dhamma, Titikha. Titikha, one has to learn Titikha. Just like here, even they are foreigners. How much tribulation they have to suffer on account of this temple. These foreigners, they have come here to become devotee, and the authorities are prepared to demolish their temple. So one has to tolerate. What can be done? Even Prahlad Maharaj, he was the son of Hiranyakashipu. The relationship was father and son. But because the son was a devotee, the father was prepared to kill him. This is the system all over the world. Jesus Christ, because he was preaching God consciousness, he was crucified. although Jesus Christ preached, thou shalt not kill, unfortunately he was preaching in such a society that he was killed. So these things are there always. The demons, they are always after the devotees, how to harass him, how to give him trouble. Therefore, one has to learn humility, otherwise one cannot make progress in Krishna consciousness. Therefore Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has advised, Tinadupi sunichena taroropi sahisnuna amanina manadena kirtaniya sadahari. If you want to make progress in the matter of chanting the holy name of the Lord, then you have to learn also toleration. So many people will criticize. So many people will be prepared to unnecessarily put hindrances in your path. So one has to learn. If one is serious to make progress in knowledge, actual knowledge is to understand God. That is actual knowledge. Therefore it is called Vedanta. Vedanta. Veda means knowledge, and Anta means the ultimate. The ultimate knowledge is to know Krishna. Veda is to sadvai ahameva vedyam. Everyone, there is a class of men, they say that we only believe in the Vedas. What do you believe? Do you know Krishna? No, sir. Oh, you know, you accept Krishna as a big man, that's all, not as God. That means he does not understand what is Krishna. So what is the use of Vedanta? There are so-called Vedantists. They avoid Krishna. They write comments on Bhagavad Gita, avoid Krishna. This is going on. This is going on. But actual knowledge means to come to the point of knowledge, one has to acquire these qualifications. But if one at once take to Krishna consciousness, as it is stated, mancha vyavichari, what is that? Moicha ananya yogena bhakti of vyavicharini. Bhakti of vyavicharini. Vyavicharini means mixed with other things. There are karma, jnana, yoga and bhakti. So, everything must be with bhakti, otherwise there is no success. Even if you are a karmi, you must add bhakti, then you will be successful. Jat karosi, jat juhosi, jadasnasi, kurusya sarmadarpanam. This is bhakti yoga, or karma yoga. You may be a businessman, you may be an engineer, you may be whatever you may, it doesn't matter. But bhakti must be added there. Then you are successful. If you are devoid of bhakti, then it is useless, waste of time. That is the verdict of the Shastra. Shastra says, Atappung vidija sreshta. This was spoken by Srila Goswami in the assembly of great Brahmins and saintly persons who are meeting, big congress for 1,000 years. Now we hold meeting for 8 days or say at most 15 days, not more than that. But formerly they used to hold meetings, spiritual meeting, for 1,000 years. Naimisharan, that Naimisharan is still existing near Lucknow. Most of you may know. So there was a meeting to be continued for 1,000 years. And in that meeting, Sutta Goswami was presiding. And he said, he addressed all the Brahmins, and because spiritual meetings were generally attended by highly educated Brahmins and saintly persons. Some of the Kshatriyas also. The Vaishyas and Shudras, they are not interested. So, therefore, Sutta Goswami specially addressed the learned Brahmins. Atapungvi dijasreshta. Oh, the best of the Brahmins who are present here. Atapungvi dijasreshta varnasrama vibhagas. The society was in those days varna and asrama. Varna means the four divisions of the society: Brahman, Kshatriya, Vaishya and Shudra. Chaturvarnamaya system gunakarma vibhagas. Similarly, brahmachari, grihastha, vanaprastha and sannyasi. This is Vedic culture. Varnasrama vibhagas. So, Sutta Goswami said that everyone has got his particular duty, varna and asrama. Atapungvi dijasreshta varnasrama vibhagasa sanusthitasya dharmasya. Everyone has got duty. But samsiddhi haritosana. Nobody is concerned whether I am doing something, I am engaged in certain occupation, whether I am getting perfection. Because human life is made for attaining perfection. And what is that perfection? That also you do not know. The perfection is to get out of this repetition of birth, death, old age and disease. That is perfection. Nobody is serious. They are dying like cats and dogs. Never mind. Nobody thinks that my perfection of life, the cats and dogs are dying. But I will also die. Then why shall I die like cats and dogs? I must know why death is there. I do not want death. Why death is? That is humanity. Who wants to die? Nobody wants to die. And actually, in modern science they are trying to combat all the material obstacles. But here is the main obstacle, that nobody wants to die, but there is death. So where is the scientific solution of death? Who can say? Where is the scientist who can say? No more there will be death. No more there will be disease. No more there will be old age. Janma mrityu jara vyadhi, that is stated here. This is knowledge. Janma mrityu jara vyadhi dukkha doshanudarsana. One should, there everyone is trying his best to mitigate distress condition of life. Attantik dukkha nivritti. Everyone is trying. I am in miserable condition. If I get so much money, my miserable condition will be mitigated. So everyone is after money. But that mitigation is temporary. Suppose if you get some money, you get a nice apartment, a nice bank balance. Does it mean that you have ended your main problems of life? Janma mrityu, as it is stated in the Bhagavad Gita. Janma mrityu jara vyadhi dukkha doshanudarsana. So they have become so foolish, so degraded, that they do not know what is the meaning of life, what is the problem of life, how to make solution of the problem. Nobody is interested. Simply cats and dogs, that's all. As the cat and dog is working very hard, simply for eating, sleeping and mating. That's all. The human life is not meant for that purpose. This is the defect of modern civilization. Nayang deho deho bhajang niloki kastan kaman arhati birbhujang. Birbhujang. The hog who eats too, he is also struggling for the same thing. What is that? Eating, sleeping, mating and defending. That's all. Is that human life is also simply meant for this purpose? No. Human life is meant for tapodidvam, jena suddheta satya. You have to purify your existence. What in my existence is now impure. In the Bhagavad Gita we learn Na jayate na amyate. The living entity, the soul, never takes birth, never dies, but I am subject to birth and death. So this problem does not come. They are simply making adjustment, a temporary problem. That is not human civilization. Vedic civilization means to solve the major problems of life. That is Vedic civilization. Janma mrityu jara vyadhi dukkha doshanudarsana. They don't care for these troubles. Formerly people were very happy. So far material conditions were concerned. They had no complaint. Everyone is happy, everyone is getting ample food. And why they shall not get? If the birds, beasts, they are getting their ample food, even up to that. There is no complaint amongst the birds and beasts unless one is in the human society. Otherwise in the jungle there are major portion of the animals and birds, they have no complaint. They do not come in the city that we have this complaint. They are happy, they are getting ample food, life is very happy. They have got their eating, they have got their sleeping, they have got their mates for sex life, and they know how to defend. Everything is there is no problem. They only in the human society they have created problems because they have no knowledge. The so-called knowledge is useless unless you cannot solve the problem. What is the meaning of this knowledge? Therefore Krishna says knowledge means one must know this is my real acute and miserable condition of life. Janma mrityu jara vyadhi dukkha doshanudarsana. This is knowledge. So, to begin with knowledge, Krishna recommends amanittam, humility. Because the real disease of material life is that he is not humble, he is always proud. Little possession. Salpo jalomatrena safari farfarayat. Just like the big fish in the ocean, they are deep within the water. And if you find out a small lake, a little water, you will find a small fishes, farfar them doing. So there is no depth of knowledge. Simply they are perplexed. Therefore this education should be given, how to become humble. Shishyas deham sadhimang prapannam tad vidhi pranipatena pariprasnena sivoya. Pariprasnena sivoya. One has to learn by service, by pranipat. Pranipat means surrender. There is no surrender. Nobody is prepared to surrender. Why should I surrender? I know everything. Puffed up unnecessarily. Therefore Krishna says, the material disease is that rajastamo bhava. Tada rajastamo bhava kamolobhadayastaj. Rajastamo bhava means rajagun, calm and low. Ignorance. Then everyone is thinking, if I become greedy, I shall get more. That is not possible. You cannot get a farthing more than what you are destined. But it is ignorance. He is thinking, I am simply struggling hard, I will get more. The Shastra says, no, don't do that. So far your material condition is concerned, it is already destined with your body. You have got a certain type of body, and according to that body you will get certain amount of pleasure and pains. That is already destined. This is called adrishta or daiva. Your main business is, if you want to make success your life, then save time for advancing in Krishna consciousness. That is proper utilization of life. That does not depend on destiny. That you can do. So, the Krishna consciousness movement is the only challenge to this devilish life of the human society. So I request everyone to study this philosophy very.
The following is a class on the Bhagavad Gita as it is, 13th chapter, text number 8 through 12, given by His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, recorded on September 30th, 1973, in Bombay, India.
Amanittam adambittam ahimsa khanti ajabam achajopasanam shaucham sthairyam atma vinigraha indriyartheshu vairagyam anahankara evacha janma mrityu jara vyadhi dukkha doshanudarsanam asakti ranabhisanga puttradaro vihadishu nityam cha samachittatam ishtanisto upatteshu mai cha ananna yogena bhakti rabhyavicharini vivikta desha sevitam arati janasangsati अध्यात्म ज्ञानम नित्यत्वं तत्व ज्ञानार्थ दर्शनम एतद् ज्ञानम इति प्रोक्तम अज्ञानम जद अत अन्यथा. Sri Krishna has explained. The question was Khetra, Khetragga and Jnanam and Gyam. The questions. What is this body? I'm over that. Krishna has explained already. Rishivi Bahuvi Bahuda Gitam Chandavi Vividhai Pritha Brahma Sutra Padaishchaiva Hetumadvi Vinistita. There are many scriptures and many philosophers, Rishi, as I explained yesterday. Nasu Rishijjasa Matangram Hinnam. He is not a philosopher who hasn't got a different opinion. Because this material world is practically a challenge to the supreme authority. The supreme authority, Krishna, he is the bhokta, actually, he is the enjoyer. Bhoktaram jagatavasam sarvalokamaheswaram sridam sarvabhutana jatta mam shantimichat. That point is missing. Real enjoyer or proprietor is Krishna. Bhoktaram jagatavasam sarvaloka maheswaram. He is the proprietor. Sarvaloka, not only of this loka, earthly planet, but there are innumerable planets within this universe, and there are innumerable universes also. Not one universe. Jasya prabha prabhavato jagadanna koti. Jagadanna means universe. It is just like egg shape, anda. You can see this universe, the sky is a horizon. So it is just like egg shape. All the planets and the universes, they are egg shape. Therefore they are called anda, jagadanda, brahmanda. So, this jagadanda and Brahma is called Jagadanda Natha. Jagadanda Natha means Brahma. That as in each department
For management there is a manager. Similarly, in each Brahmanda there is a manager who is called Brahma. And each planet there is also a manager or head. That is the system. And the supreme head is Krishna. Just like we have a manager, a head on this planet, now we are divided. Formerly this planet was one unit and there was one head, the emperor. Just like Yudhishthira Maharaj was the emperor of the whole world. Parikshit Maharaj, all kings formerly, whoever became king, emperor, he ruled over the whole planet. In each and every planet there was a ruler, but now in the days of democracy there are so many rulers, practically each and every one of us is a ruler. This is democracy. But actually the arrangement is that the ruler should be one, and the supreme ruler is Krishna. Ruler means Ishvara. So there are so many Ishvaras. Ishvaras means there must be one Ishvara, one ruler. But because here in this material world, every one of us is trying to become Ishvara. Therefore the Mayavadi philosophy is that everyone is Ishvara. That's all right. But that Ishvara is not sublime. I may become Ishvara amongst my disciples, but I am not the supreme. I am not Ishvara of everyone. The Ishvara is actually Krishna. Ishvara Parama Krishna, the Shastra says. There are Ishvaras, ruler. That's all right. But the supreme ruler is Krishna. Ishvara Parama Krishna. Satchidananda Vigraha. This is stated in the Brahma Samhita. And Krishna also says, Matta Parataram Nanyat Kinchid Asti Dhananjaya. There is nobody else superior than me. But that is the fact. People are searching after Ishvara. Can you show me God? There is no God. God is dead. So many philosophers and theories are there. But actually there is God. Here is God, Krishna. Ishvara Parama Krishna. Satchidananda Vigraha. Ekola Ishvara Krishna. In Chaitanya Charitamrita it is said that only Ishvara is Krishna, the Supreme. Ekola Ishvara Krishna are Sabhritta. All others, they are servants. Nobody is actually Ishvara. And we find it practically. Everyone in this material world, he may become a Ishvara in his group, but he is also controlled by somebody superior. That is the position of this relative Ishvara. But Krishna is absolute Ishvara. Nobody is Ishvara above him. That is Krishna. So, everyone is trying to be, so this is the material world. Everyone is trying to be Ishvara. So Krishna says that Rishivi Bahuvi Gita, because everyone is trying to be superior. Naso Munijjasya Matam na Bhinnam, that every philosopher must give his own opinion, and it must be refuted by another. Therefore Shastra says that in this way you cannot ascertain what is the reality. If you want to understand the reality by your arguments, by reasoning power. That is not possible, because I may be very nice arguer, but another person may be better arguer. He can defeat me, and that is going on. Therefore, simply by arguments you cannot reach the absolute truth. That is not possible. Tatka pratishtha. And if you simply depend on the Shruti, Shrutaya Vibhinna, the Vedic literatures are different, Sam, Yajuri, Katharva, and not only that, other scriptures there are, the Shrutaya Vibhinna, Naso muning jassamatang na bhinna, dharmasya tattang nihitam guhaya. To understand religious principle, it is very difficult. Therefore, our duty is Mahajana Jaina Gatasya Pantha. We have to accept that way which is given by the Mahajana. The Shastra, we are sometimes in difficulty to find out the Mahajan. Who is Mahajan? That Mahajan is also described in the Shastras. Who can be accepted, the greatest authority, Mahajan. That is stated in the 6th canto of Srimad Bhagavatam. Swayambhu, Narada, Sambhu. They are Mahajan. Swayambhu means Brahma. Brahma is Mahajan. Swayambhu, Narada. Narada Muni is Mahajan. And Sambhu, Lord Shiva, he is also Mahajan. Swayambhu, Narada, Sambhu. Kumara. 4 Kumaras. Sanat Kumar, Adi. They are also Mahajan. Kapil Dev, who expounded that Sankhya philosophy, Kapil Dev, he is incarnation of God. Kumara Kapila Manu, Swayambhuma Manu, he is also authority. Manu's name is also mentioned in the Bhagavad Gita. Imam vivasati jugam prattavan aham abhayam vivasyan manoviprahu. Therefore Manu is also Mahajan, his authority. There is Manu Samhita. Our Vedic system is conducted, the lawgiver is Manu. From Manu, the Manusya, man, these words have come, Manu. Descendant of Manu, human society, Manusya. So, Prahlad Maharaj is Mahajan. Janak Maharaj. Prahlad, Janaka, Bhishma Dev, grandfather Bhishma Dev, the grandfather of the Pandus. He is also Mahajan. Prahlad, Janaka, Bhishma, Bali Maharaj, he is Mahajan. Vaiyasaki, Sukdev Goswami, and Jamaraj, he is also Mahajan. So we have to follow the footsteps of the Mahajan, otherwise we shall be bewildered. Krishna therefore he says, Rishivi Bahuda Gitam. There are many saintly persons, great sages, and they have spoken in various ways, but Krishna concludes the Vedanta Sutra. Vedanta Sutra he gives reference because this Vedanta Sutra comes from the disciplic succession of Brahma. Brahma Sutra. Lord Brahma, Krishna instructed Brahma, Tene Brahma Rida Adikavai. Adikavi is Brahma. And Krishna instructed him. Tene Brahma. Brahma means Vedas. Sabda Brahma. the Shabda Brahma was instructed to Lord Brahma by Krishna. Therefore Krishna is the original Guru. Therefore Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita, Imam vivasati yogam praktavan aham. This yoga system, Bhagavad Gita yoga system, I first of all spoke to the sun god, Vivashan Manoviprahu, and the sun god whose name is Vivashan, he spoke to his son Manu, Manu Ikha Kavibravi, and Manu spoke to his son Maharaj Ikha. Maharaj Ikhaku is coming from the dynasty of the sun god Vivashan. There are two Kshatriya families, one from the moon god and the sun god. So Maharaj Ramchandra appeared in the family of the Surya Vangsha, Ikhaku, Maharaj Ikhaku. So this is the parampara system. And everything is described in the Brahma Sutra by Vyasdev. Vyasdev happens to be the disciple of Narada. Narada happens to be disciple of Brahma. And from Vyasdev, Madhyacharya, then from Madhyacharya, disciplic succession, the Madhavendra Puri. Madhavendra Puri was the spiritual master of Ishwar Puri. Ishwar Puri was the spiritual master of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is the spiritual master of the 6 Goswamis of Vrindavan. Rup Sanatan, Bhatta Raghunath, Sajiv Gopal Bhatta, Das Raghunath. So, from the Goswamis, then Kaviraj Goswami, Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur, then Jagannath Das Babaji, then Bhaktivinoda Thakur, Gaur Kishore Das Babaji, Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati, and we are servant of Bhakti Siddhanta. So there is a disciplic succession. That parampara should be followed. Evam parampara praptam imam rajasayu. If we want to understand really Vedic literature, then we must follow the parampara system. There are 4 sampradayas, parampara. The Ramanuja Sampradaya, Madhyacharya Sampradaya, Vishnu Swami Sampradaya, Nimbarka Sampradaya. So, we belong to the Madhyacharya Sampradaya. Fortunately, all these acharyas, even Shankaracharya, they appeared from South India. This sampradaya, acharya sampradaya is going on all over India. So, every sampradaya has got his commentary on the Brahma Sutra. Therefore Krishna says here, Brahma Sutra Padaishchaiva Hetu Madhvi Vinishtitam. Unless a sampradaya, the 4 sampradayas, they do not comment on the Brahma Sutra, that sampradaya is not accepted. And if you do not accept the sampradaya vihinaschi mantraste vipulamata, if you do not take your initiation mantra from the sampradaya, then it is useless. Now, there are so many upasampradaya, and they do not come in disciplic succession, but becomes guru, teacher. Therefore everything is topsy-turvy. Nobody has got fixed idea what is God. Everyone has created his own philosophy. The whole thing is now confused. Therefore, Krishna specifically mentions Brahma Sutra. Brahma Sutra Padaishchaiva, hetu must be vinishtit. The sampradaya must have understanding of the Brahma Sutra, Vedanta Sutra. So all the sampradayas, they have got their commentary on the Vedanta Sutra, and even Shankaracharya, but his commentary is not accepted by the Vaishnava Acharya, because he has tried to derive some meaning, interpretation. But there is no question of interpretation. When the things are clear, in the Brahma Sutra, all the sutras are very clear. So you don't require an interpretation. You can explain in very elaborately, that is another thing, but you cannot go beyond the sutra. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu therefore says, Mayavadi bhashya sunile hoy sarvanash. Mayavadi bhashya means Shankara Sharirak bhashya of the Brahma Sutra. If you hear the Sharirak bhashya, then you will be doomed, because you will be godless. Therefore, it has been forbidden by Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and all the Vaishnava Sampradayas, Ramananda Sampradaya, Madhvacharya Sampradaya, they all, disagree with the commentary of Shankaracharya, Sharirak Bhashya, Brahma Sutra. So far, we are concerned, Madhva Gauriya Sampradaya. Our Acharyas, they took it, Srimad Bhagavatam, as the right commentary on Brahma Sutra. Bhashyam Brahma Sutrana Vedartha Paribinghitam. This Srimad Bhagavatam is the real Bhashya of Brahma Sutra. So the Gauriya Sampradaya did not make any commentary on the Brahma Sutra, because they took it, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu took it as Srimad Bhagavatam as a natural commentary, because Srimad Bhagavatam is also made by Vyasadeva, and Vyasadeva is the original author of Brahma Sutra. So author made his own commentary, so there is no need of another commentary. This is the Gauriya Siddhanta, Gauriya Vaishnava Siddhanta. But sometimes back in Jaipur, there was a challenge that the Gauriya Sampradaya has no commentary on the Vedanta Sutra. So at that time, Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur was requested, because he was grand scholar, grand old man scholar at that time, living at Vrindavan. So he was very old at that time, so he authorized Baladev Vidyabhushan that you do it. There was no need, but people are demanding, where is your commentary on the Vedanta Sutra? So Baladev Vidyabhushan, with the order of Govindaji at Jaipur, he wrote the commentary on Brahma Sutra. That name is Govinda Bhashya. So the Gauriya Brahma Sampradaya, they have also commentary on Brahma Sutra. That is required. So Krishna has explicitly explained the Brahma Sutra Padaischaiva Hetumati. Hetumat Viparisthita. The Brahma Sutra is called therefore Nyaya Prastha, with logic and reason. Hetumat, cause and effect, everything. Because people like to understand on the basis of philosophy and reasoning, everything. Yes, that is required. Any understanding without philosophy, that is sentiment. And philosophy without religious conception is mental speculation. These two things are going on. Not combined all over the world. There are many so-called religious systems, but there is no philosophy. Therefore, the so-called religious system does not appeal to the modern educated person. They are giving up religion, either Christian, Muslim, Hindu, simply formalities, rituals, they do not like. They want to know everything on the basis of philosophy. That is Bhagavad Gita. Bhagavad Gita is based on philosophy, this system, Krishna Bhakti. Bhagavad Gita means Krishna Bhakti. Devotion to Krishna, Krishna consciousness. That is Bhagavad Gita. Bhagavad Gita, the teaching is Manvana Bhavamat Bhakta Madhya Jimag Namastu. This is Bhagavad Gita. Always think only, Krishna consciousness, pure and simple. Manvana Bhavamat Bhakta Madhya Jimag Namaskuru. Everywhere Krishna has stressed on his personality. Aham Adihi Devanam. I am the origin of all the devatas. Matta Paratanam Nanna Kinchijasti Dhanamya. Aham Sarvasya Prabhava. Matta Sarvam Pravartate. Iti Matya Bhajanti Manga. Buddha Bhava Samannita. Everything is there. So, Sarvadharman Parityajya, Mam Ekam, Mam, Aham, me. So, in every verse, every chapter, Krishna, Maya Sakta Mana Pratha, Jugam Janjana Madasya. Maya, Mai Asakta. One who is attached to me. Asakta Mana, mind attached to me. That is yoga. Yoginamapi sarvesam madgata antaratmana. Madgata. Again mat. Madgata antaratmana. Sadhyaman bhajate jumam. Samejukta tamam. So everything is giving stress. Krishna. But the rascal commentators, they want to make mine as Krishna. These rascal has played havoc in India. These rascal so-called commentators, they want to avoid Krishna. Therefore this Krishna consciousness movement is a challenge to these rascals. It is a challenge. That you want to make Krishna without Krishna. This is nonsense. But if one surrenders to Krishna, Sarvatmanaja Saranam Sarannam Gatu Mukundam. If one has surrendered fully to Mukundam, Parihuttugattam, there are so many duties. Therefore Krishna assures that if you surrender to me, if you think that you have not worshipped others, and if you are sinful thereby, Krishna says, Ma sucho aham fa sarva papin bhamokhaishami. I shall give you protection. So this is Krishna consciousness.
Next is a class on the Bhagavad Gita as it is, 13th chapter, text number 8 through 12, given by His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, recorded on October 5th, 1973, in Bombay, India.
So, we have been discussing for the last few days about the process of knowledge. So we have discussed already amanittam, humbleness, amanittam, adhammityam, ahimsa. Ahimsa, non-violence. So, ahimsa, khanti, tolerance, arjavam, simplicity. These things we have already discussed. Now, another important thing is acharya upasanam. If you want to make progress, then you have to approach acharya. Just like if you want to be educated, you go to school, you go to college, you go to university, Similarly, if you want to be advanced in knowledge, knowledge means not this material knowledge. Actual knowledge is to advance in spiritual knowledge. Just in this Bhagavad Gita, the beginning of knowledge was instructed by Krishna that I am not this body. Dehinasmin yatha dehi kaumanam yauvanam jara. I am encased in this body, I am not this body. Unfortunately, at the present moment, this is accepted as knowledge, bodily concept. I am India, I am America, I am Brahmana, I am Kshatriya. This is going. Actually, the knowledge begins when one understands, I am not America, I am not India, I am not Brahmana, I am not Kshatriya. Oh. Then what you are? Chaitanya Mahaprabhu says, Gopi Bhattu Padakamaleu Dasa Dasanu Dasa. I am the servant of the servant of the servant of Krishna, the provider of the gopis, Gopi Bhattu. That is my real identification, not this body. So, to understand this knowledge, one has to approach Acharya. Acharya means one who knows the purpose of Vedic literature, Shastra, Achinatija Shastram, and practices and teaches his disciples. He knows, Acharya means knows, one who knows the purpose of Vedic literature. He practices in his life and he teaches his disciples. He is called Acharya. The Acharya Upasana, before worshipping the Lord, just like here Krishna said, in the beginning Acharya Upasana, and in the middle he says, Moi chananna yogena bhakti abhyavicharini. So before engaging yourself in devotional service to the Lord, you must first of all worship Acharya, Acharya Upasana. One cannot become a devotee personally, just like some rascals say. So what is the use of accepting Guru? Of course they have got very bad experience. But who is Acharya? Acharya means one who has received the Vedic knowledge through the parampara system. Evam parampara praptam imang rajasayovidu. He is Acharya. Acharya cannot be manufactured, self-made. No, he must come down from the disciplic succession. He is Acharya. You have to approach such Acharya. He is coming in disciplic succession. Acharyaman Purusha Veda. One who is under the shelter of Acharya, he knows things. The Krishna recommends also here that if you actually want to become in knowledge, if you want to have real knowledge, then you must worship Acharya. Acharya Upasana. This is Vedic system. Tad vijnanartham sa gurum eva avigachet. It is not that if I like I can go to a guru, if I don't like I can learn the books at home and learn everything. No, that is not right. Practically, just like if you purchase some medical book and study at home, and if you begin to practice, you will be called a quack. You will not be recognized by the government. You will not get the practitioner registration. Unless you have passed through a medical college, your medical examination, you will not be accepted. Even if you say that I have read all the books. Similarly, if you simply think that I have read, as you see generally, oh, I have read Bhagavad Gita 100 times. But you ask him what is Krishna, he cannot say. Because he has not approached the Acharya. This is the difficulty. He might have read Bhagavad Gita 1,000 times, but he will not understand a single word. Because he has not approached. Therefore Vedic literature says, tad vijnanartham sa gurumeva avigachet. Avigachet. This verb is used when the sense is you must. This is vidini. Karma bhav. Gachet. Avigachet. You must. There is no excuse. You cannot learn. Tasmad gurum prabuddhita jigyasu sreyo uttamam. If you want to know uttamam subject matter, ut means udgatam, transcending. Tamam means this material world. This material world is tamo, darkness. But if you are interested in the matter which is transcendental to this material world, that means spiritual world, then tasmad gurum prapaddeta, you must surrender to a guru. Jigyasu sreya uttamam, not ordinary jigyasu. Just like we go to the market, what is the rate of this share, what is the rate of rice, what is the rate of that. Not that kind of thing. Brahma jigyasu. Athat Brahma jigyasa. This human life is meant for inquiring about Brahma, not this rice, dal, share market. No. So jigyasu sreya uttamam. What is the highest perfection of life? He requires to approach a guru. It is not a fashion. It is not a fashion that I have made my guru, such and such some. But what you have learned, you cannot learn, because you are not at all jigyasu. You do not know how to inquire. Neither the guru you have met, he does know how to reply. Such kind of guru and disciple will not help. The disciple must be also serious to understand about the spiritual subject matter. That is knowledge, Brahma Jigyasa. One who is inquisitive to know about the absolute truth, he requires to approach a guru. That is Gyan. Gyan means Brahma Gyan. Aham Brahmasmi. This is Gyan. And if I am American, that is not Gyan, that is all Gyan. I am Indian, I am Brahman, I am this, I am that, I am black, I am white, I am fat, I am thin. These are all Gyan. Ignorance. You are neither fat, nor thin, nor black, nor white, nor American, but you are spirit soul. You have to know that Aham Brahmasmi. I am spirit soul. I am eternal servant of Krishna. That is knowledge. And for this knowledge, you must approach Acharupasanam, Saucham, cleanliness. That is very essential. This morning I was talking with Tamal Krishna Goswami about cleanliness is, as soon as you give up cleanliness, you become Mleccha and Javan. Mleccha, Javan, these two names have come into Vedic Shastra. One who is unclean. Why there was always misunderstanding between the Hindus and the Muslims? I am talking of practical life. Because the Muslims were very unclean and the Hindus are supposed, now Hindus are less than Muslims. Less than Muslims. And still they are claiming Saucha. They are most unclean at the present moment. So deteriorated. Publicly it is being advertised. Here is Be soft, come on. Equality by eating beef, drinking wine. Now this is coming. Shaucham. Shaucham, cleanliness. Cleanliness is next to godliness. You must take twice bath at least. It is required. And in tropical countries like India, there is no difficulty taking bath 3 times. Of course, if your body does not permit. But that is shaucham, to clean. Shaucham bhajjhapantaram. Apavitra pavitrava sarvavastang vathoviva jasmane pundarikakham sa bahya abhantaram suchi. And the Brahman is called that for suchi. He is always clean. Taking 3 times bath, cloth washed, mouth, hands, legs, all clean with tilak. That is Brahman. Shaucham. This is externally. And internally, you have to become also shaucham, bhajjhabhantaram. Bahya means externally you have to cleanse yourself with water, soap or earth. And internally you have to be cleansed by chanting Hare Krishna Maha. Cetadarpanamarjanam. Because if you remain unclean within the heart, simply by washing your external body and cleansing your cloth, that is not complete cleanness. That may be called hygienic. But real cleanness is internally and externally. Jasmane pundarikakham sa bahya abhantaram suchi. So, you have to cleanse yourself externally and internally by remembering Jasmane pundarikakham, the lotus eye, Krishna. If you always think, that is suchi. And in a Bengali there is a poetry. Muchi hoye suchi hoy, jodi Krishna bhoje. If one is Krishna conscious, even if he is born in a cobbler's family, Muchi. In India there are 2 things, Muchi and Suchi. Suchi means perfect Brahmana, and Muchi means cobbler, the shoemaker. So, Muchi hoye Suchi hoy, jodi Krishna bhoje. If one becomes Krishna conscious, even if he is born in the family of a Muchi, Chaman, he can become a Brahman. And Suchi hoye Muchi hoye jodi Krishna tyaji. And if he gives up Krishna, even if he is born in a Brahman family, he becomes a Muchi. Muchi means the skin expert. If he is simply busy and the skin, Brahman skin, your behavior, no, that doesn't matter. So that means skin expert, that's like Muchi, knows how to distinguish whether it is cow's skin or goat skin or this skin. No. One must be Krishna conscious, then he is clean. Sa bahya abhantaram suchi, jasmane pundarikakham. This is Krishna conscious. Manvana bhavamad bhakta madhyaji mam namaskuru. One who is always thinking of Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram. He is suchi. He is no more Muchi. Muchi hai suchi hai, jodi Krishna bhoje. Saijam atma vinigra. Controlling the senses, atma vinigra. That is called Shami, Goswami. If you can control your senses, Vacha Vegam, Krodha Vegam, if you can control your force of talking nonsense, because generally we talk nonsense. So if you can control, you are talking of nonsense things, then you become controller of talking. Vacha Vegam, Krodha Vegam. Naturally, because we are generally affected with Rajagun especially, and Tamagun, we become angry, all of a sudden. So you have to control that. Vasavegam, krodavegam, manasavegam. Mind is very restless. So you have to control the mind. You cannot allow the mind to do anything and everything, but it must be controlled. Saidam vinigraha. Indriyartheshu vairagam. Indriyartheshu. For the matter of sense gratification, you have to practice vairagam. Indriya, all the indriyas, eyes, tongue, nose, they are very much, afflicted or attracted. Eyes always attracted by beauty. I want to see very beautiful thing. But you can control the eyes when you practice to see the beautiful feature of Lord Krishna and Radha. Therefore, the deities should be very nicely decorated. So, layman like us may be attracted by the beauty of Radha Krishna. Gradually he will forget to see any other beauty. This is the practice of Indriyartheshu. Indriyartheshu vairagam. Actually the whole life is meant for understanding vairagya, renouncement. Human life is not meant for becoming more and more attached to the material enjoyment. Human life is meant for tapasya, vairagya. Here it is said, vairagyam, anahankara, and false prestige, false identification. Oh, I am this, I must do this. That is, in the beginning, it is taught amanitam, anahankaram. And then, janma mrityu jara vyadhi dukkha doshanudarsana. We are very much busy to make solution of the problems of life, political problems, economical problems, social problems. They are also problems. But real problem is janma mrityu jara vyadhi, that you have to take birth, you have to die, and when you are in life, you have to suffer from diseases, jara, vyadhi, jara, you have to become old. Janma mrityu jara vyadhi dukkha. These are really problems. But who knows that these are the real problems? They have taken it, accepted it. Krishna says this is knowledge. If you are scientifically advanced, how to stop death, how to stop birth, how to stop old age, how to stop disease, then you should know that you have advanced in science. Otherwise, what is this? If you have made a horseless carriage, motor car, that is not advancement. It is advancement, but it is not the solution of the problem. The solution of problem is human life, is to how to stop death. That Shastra said that nobody should become guru, nobody should become father, nobody should become husband. In this way there is a list. Namo chayirja samupeta mrityum. If one cannot help his student or his son or his subordinate to stop death, actually this is the problem. Namo chayirja samupeta mrityum. We are under the clutches of death. It is as sure as death. So this human life is meant for stopping this death. But if you don't see that this is the problem, that is ajnana. That is ignorance. If you don't accept this is the problem, if you simply think my problem is how to eat, how to sleep, how to have sex life, how to defend, these problems are already solved, even by of the birds and the beasts. These are not the problem. They are already set up. A real problem is here. Janma mrityu jara vyadhi dukkha dosha anudarsanam. Another problem is asakti. We are very much attached to our so-called home, so-called wife, children. And here is a grand myth that asakti ranabhish sangha. Asakti. You should, therefore, at a certain age, according to Vedic civilization, one is forced to give up this attachment. Naturally, one is attached to wife, children, home, but the Vedic civilization says that is all right. From up to 50 years, you can remain attached, but panchasodham vanam vrajet. After your 50th year, you must give up your family life. Vanam vrajet. Go to the forest for tapasya. That was the system. Here at the present moment, everywhere, all over the world, when he is going to die, still he is attached to his political life, social life, family life. That is not knowledge, that is ignorance. You must be detached. Vairagam, anabhishanga, puttradharo grihadusha. Family life. Putra means children. Dara means wife. Griha means home. Puttradharo grihadishu. Asakti ranabhishanga. Nityam cha samachittatam istanishta upapattishu. In this way, you have to be situated on the devotional service. Devotional service is not sentiment. Just like Krishna, after describing so many stages of advancement of knowledge, then he says, Mai cha ananya yogena bhakti rabdha vicharini. Ananya yogena. Always, yoga means linking up. Always linking up with Krishna. Mai, Krishna says, Mai, unto me, Krishna. Mai cha ananya yogena bhakti yogena. So you can be attached with Krishna if you are adopted in the service of Krishna, not casually, but constantly. Mai cha ananya yogena bhakti yogena abhyabhichari. Abhyabhichari means without break, always, constantly. Satatam kirtayantam mam jatantascha divabrata. In another place Krishna says, Satatam kirtayantam mam. Always glorifying me. And this is Krishna consciousness movement. Always we have to glorify Krishna. We should go, meet people, preach and glorify Krishna. We beg for Krishna. We print books for Krishna. We distribute books for Krishna. We type for Krishna. We eat for Krishna. We sleep for Krishna. So everything should be adopted with Krishna. That is called ananya yogena. Without any break. Constantly 24 hours in Krishna consciousness. Abhyabhichari. Vivikta desha sevitam arati jana samsadi. Arati jana samsadi. Not very much attached with general public because they are not Krishna conscious. We can meet them as far as possible, as far as required. Not that we have to sit down and talk all nonsense with these general people, no. Arati jana samsadi. Vivikta desha sevitam. Naturally, we shall be inclined to avoid such company. But preaching work, we have to go, not to associate with him, but to give your association to him. That should be the principle. Because you have learned something about devotional service, you should give your experience to such person, but not to accept their behavior. If you keep this in view, then you will be preacher. And if you become victimized by his association, then you are doomed. You should give him the opportunity of your association. Whatever you know, whatever you have learned about Bhakti Yoga, when you go to meet a person, you should try to inform him This is Krishna consciousness. You also take to it. Jai Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Jare dakho tare kaho Krishna. Kaho Krishna. Krishna Upadesh. Jare dakho tare kaho Krishna Upadesh. This is the Adhyatma Jnanam Nityattam. Spiritual knowledge. That is eternal knowledge. It will not break. If you learn spiritual knowledge, a little of it in this life, sarvamapiyasya dharmasya trayate mahato bhaya, then you will be saved from the greatest danger. Tattva jnanartha darshana. If you want to become philosopher, then you philosophize for understanding the tattva jnana. And what is tattva jnana? Vadanti tat tattvavidas tatyam jadgyanam adhyam brahmeti paramatmeti bhagavaniti sabdati. That is tattva jnana. Truth. What is that truth? Brahmeti paramatmeti bhagavaniti. To understand about Brahma, to understand about Paramatma, to understand about...
Next is a class on the Bhagavad Gita as it is, 13th chapter, text number 8 through 12, given by His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, recorded on October 5th, 1973, in Bombay, India.
So, we have been discussing for the last few days about the process of knowledge. So we have discussed already amanittam, humbleness, amanittam, adhammityam, ahimsa. Ahimsa, non-violence. So, ahimsa, khanti, tolerance, arjavam, simplicity. These things we have already discussed. Now, another important thing is acharya upasana. If you want to make progress, then you have to approach acharya. Just like if you want to be educated, you go to school, you go to college, you go to university. Similarly, if you want to be advanced in knowledge, knowledge means not this material knowledge. Actual knowledge is to advance in spiritual knowledge. Just in this Bhagavad Gita, the beginning of knowledge was instructed by Krishna that I am not this body. Dehinasmin yatha dehi kaumanam yauvanam jara. I am encased in this body. I am not this body. Unfortunately, at the present moment, this is accepted as knowledge, bodily concept. I am India. I am America. I am Brahmana. I am Kshatriya. This is going. Actually, the knowledge begins when one understands, I am not America, I am not India, I am not Brahmana, I am not Kshatriya. Oh. Then what you are? Chaitanya Mahaprabhu says, Gopi Bhattu Padakamaleu Dasa Dasanu Dasa. I am the servant of the servant of the servant of Krishna, the provider of the gopis, Gopi Bhattu. That is my real identification, not this body. So, to understand this knowledge, one has to approach Acharya. Acharya means one who knows the purpose of Vedic literature, Shastra, Achinatija Shastram, and practices and teaches his disciples. He knows, Acharya means knows, one who knows the purpose of Vedic literature. He practices in his life and he teaches his disciples. He is called Acharya. The Acharya Upasana, before worshipping the Lord, just like here Krishna said, in the beginning Acharya Upasana, and in the middle he says, Moi cha ananya yogena bhakti abhyavicharini. So before engaging yourself in devotional service to the Lord, you must first of all worship Acharya, Acharya Upasana. One cannot become a devotee personally, just like some rascals say. So what is the use of accepting Guru? Of course they have got very bad experience. But who is Acharya? Acharya means one who has received the Vedic knowledge through the parampara system. Evam parampara praptam imam rajasayovidu. He is Acharya. Acharya cannot be manufactured, self-made. No, he must come down from the disciplic succession. He is Acharya. You have to approach such Acharya. He is coming in disciplic succession. Acharyaman Purusha Veda. One who is under the shelter of Acharya, he knows things. The Krishna recommends also here that if you actually want to become in knowledge, if you want to have real knowledge, then you must worship Acharya. Acharya Upasana. This is Vedic system. Tad vijnanartham sa gurum eva avigachet. It is not that if I like I can go to a guru, if I don't like I can learn the books at home and learn everything. No, that is not right. Practically, just like if you purchase some medical book and study at home, and if you begin to practice, you will be called a quack. You will not be recognized by the government. You will not get the practitioner's registration. Unless you have passed through a medical college, your medical examination, you will not be accepted. Even if you say that I have read all the books. Similarly, if you simply think that I have read, as you see generally, oh, I have read Bhagavad Gita 100 times. But you ask him what is Krishna, he cannot say. Because he has not approached the Acharya. This is the difficulty. He might have read Bhagavad Gita 1,000 times, but he will not understand a single word. Because he has not approached. Therefore Vedic literature says, tad vijnanartham sa gurumeva avigachet. Avigachet. This verb is used when the sense is you must. This is beginning. Karma bhav. Gachet. Avigachet. You must. There is no excuse. You cannot learn. Tasmad gurum prabuddhita jigyasu sreyo uttamam. If you want to know uttamam subject matter, ut means udgatam, transcending. Tamam means this material world. This material world is tamo, darkness. But if you are interested in the matter which is transcendental to this material world, that means spiritual world, then tasmad gurum prapaddeta, you must surrender to a guru. Jigyasu se uttam, not ordinary jigyasu. Just like we go to the market, what is the rate of this share, what is the rate of rice, what is the rate of that. Not that kind of thing. Brahma jigyasu. Athat Brahma jigyasa. This human life is meant for inquiring about Brahma. not this rice, dal, share market, no. So Jigyasu Shreya Uttam, what is the highest perfection of life? He requires to approach a guru. It is not a fashion. It is not a fashion that I have made my guru, such and such sang. But what you have learned, you cannot learn, because you are not at all Jigyasu. You do not know how to inquire. Neither the guru you have met, he does know how to reply. Such kind of guru and disciple will not help. The disciple must be also serious to understand about the spiritual subject matter. That is knowledge, Brahma Jigyasa. One who is inquisitive to know about the absolute truth, he requires to approach a guru. That is Gyan. Gyan means Brahma Gyan. Aham Brahmasmi. This is Gyan. And if I am American, that is not Gyan, that is all Gyan. I am Indian, I am Brahman, I am this, I am that, I am black, I am white, I am fat, I am thin. These are all Gyan. Ignorance. You are neither fat, nor thin, nor black, nor white, nor American, but you are spirit soul. You have to know that Aham Brahmasmi. I am spirit soul. I am eternal servant of Krishna. That is knowledge. And for this knowledge, you must approach Achar Upasanam, Saucham, cleanliness. That is very essential. This morning I was talking with Kamal Krishna Goswami about cleanliness is, as soon as you give up cleanliness, you become Mleccha and Javan. Mleccha, Javan, these two names have come into Vedic Shastra. One who is unclean. Why there was always misunderstanding between the Hindus and the Muslims? I am talking of practical life. Because the Muslims were very unclean and the Hindus are, suppose now Hindus are less than Muslims. Less than Muslims. And still they are claiming Saucha. They are most unclean at the present moment. So deteriorated. Publicly it is being advertised. Here is beef saw, come on. Equality. Equality by eating beef. Drinking wine. Now this is coming. Saucham. Saucham, cleanliness. Cleanliness is next to godliness. You must take twice bath at least. It is required. And in tropical countries like India, there is no difficulty taking bath 3 times. Of course, if your body does not permit. But that is Saucham, to clean. Saucham Bajjhapantaram. Apavitra pavitrava sarvavastang vathoviva jasmane pundarikakham sa bahya abhantaram suchi. And the Brahman is called therefore Suchi. He is always clean. Taking 3 times bath, cloth washed, mouth, hands, legs, all clean with tilak. That is Brahman. Saucham. This is externally. And internally, you have to become also Saucham, Bajjhabhantaram. Bahya means externally you have to cleanse yourself with water, soap or earth. And internally you have to be cleansed by chanting Hare Krishna Mahamantra. Cheta Darpanamarjanam. Because if you remain unclean within the heart, simply by washing your external body and cleansing your cloth, that is not complete cleanliness. That may be called hygienic. But real cleanliness is internally and externally. Jasmane pundarika khamsa bahya abhantaram suchi. So, you have to cleanse yourself externally and internally by remembering Jasmane pundarika kham, the lotus eye, Krishna, if you always think, that is Suchi. And in a Bengali there is a poetry. Muchi hoye Suchi hoy, Jodi Krishna bhoje. If one is Krishna conscious, even if he is born in a cobbler's family, Muchi. In India there are two things, Muchi and Suchi. Suchi means perfect Brahmana, and Muchi means cobbler, the shoemaker. So, Muchi hoye Suchi hoy, Jodi Krishna bhoje. If one becomes Krishna conscious, even if he is born in the family of a Muchi, Chaman, he can become a Brahman. And Suchi hoye Muchi hoye Jodi Krishna Taji. And if he gives up Krishna, even if he is born in a Brahman family, he becomes a Muchi. Muchi means the skin expert. If he is simply busy and the skin, Brahman skin, your behavior, no, that doesn't matter. So that means skin expert, that's like Muchi, knows how to distinguish whether it is cow's skin or goat skin or this skin. No. One must be Krishna conscious, then he is clean. Samayam bandharam suchi, jasmane punnari kakam. This is Krishna conscious. Manvana bhavamad bhaktam adyaji magnavaskuru. One who is always thinking of Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram. He is Suchi. He is no more Muchi. Muchi hai Suchi hai, Jodi Krishna bhoje. Saijam Atma Vinigra. Controlling the senses, Atma Vinigra. That is called Shami, Goswami. If you can control your senses, Vacha Vegam, Krodha Vegam, if you can control your force of talking nonsense, because generally we talk nonsense. So if you can control, you are talking of nonsense things, then you become controller of talking. Vacha Vegam, Krodha Vegam. Naturally, because we are generally affected with Rajas-Tamagun, Rajagun especially, and Tamagun, we become angry all of a sudden. So you have to control that. Vacha Vegam, Krodha Vegam, Manaso Vegam. Mind is very restless. So you have to control the mind. You cannot allow the mind to do anything and everything, but it must be controlled. Saijam vinigraha. Indriyartheshu vairagam. Indriyartheshu. For the matter of sense gratification, you have to practice vairagam. Indriya, all the indriyas, eyes, tongue, nose, they are very much, affected or attracted. Eyes always attracted by beauty. I want to see very beautiful thing. But you can control the eyes when you practice to see the beautiful feature of Lord Krishna and Radha. Therefore, the deities should be very nicely decorated. So, layman like us may be attracted by the beauty of Radha Krishna. Gradually he will forget to see any other beauty. This is the practice of Indriyartheshu. Indriyartheshu vairagam. Actually the whole life is meant for understanding vairagya, renouncement. Human life is not meant for becoming more and more attached to the material enjoyment. Human life is meant for tapasya, vairagya. Here it is said, vairagyam, anahankara, and false prestige, false identification. Oh, I am this, I must do this. That is in the beginning. It is taught amanittam, anahankaram. And then janma mrityu jara vyadhi dukkha doshanudarsana. We are very much busy to make solution of the problems of life, political problems, economical problems, social problems. They are also problems. But real problem is janma mrityu jara vyadhi, that you have to take birth, you have to die, and when you are in life, you have to suffer from diseases, jara, vyadhi, jara, you have to become old. Janma mrityu jara vyadhi dukkha. These are really problems. But who knows that these are the real problems? They have taken it, accepted it. Krishna says this is knowledge. If you are scientifically advanced, how to stop death, how to stop birth, how to stop old age, how to stop disease, then you should know that you have advanced in science. Otherwise, what is this? If you have made a horseless carriage, motor car, that is not advancement. It is advancement, but it is not the solution of the problem. The solution of problem is human life, is to how to stop death. That Shastra said that nobody should become guru, nobody should become father, nobody should become husband. In this way there is a list. Namo chayirja samupeta mrityum. If one cannot help his student or his son or his subordinate to stop death, actually this is the problem. Namo chayirja samupeta mrityum. We are under the clutches of death. It is as sure as death. So this human life is meant for stopping this death. But if you don't see that this is the problem, that is ajnana. That is ignorance. If you don't accept this is the problem, if you simply think my problem is how to eat, how to sleep, how to have sex life, how to defend, these problems are already solved, even by of the birds and the beasts. These are not the problem. They are already set up. A real problem is here. Janma mrityu jara vyadhi dukkha doshanudarsana. Another problem is asakti. We are very much attached to our so-called home, so-called wife, children. And here is a grand myth that asakti ranabhish sangha. Asakti. You should, therefore, at a certain age, according to Vedic civilization, one is forced to give up this attachment. Naturally, one is attached to wife, children, home, but the Vedic civilization says that is all right. From up to 50 years, you can remain attached, but panchasodham vanam vrajet. After your 50th year, you must give up your family life. Vanam vrajet. Go to the forest for tapasya. That was the system. Here at the present moment, everywhere, all over the world, when he is going to die, still he is attached to his political life, social life, family life. That is not knowledge, that is ignorance. You must be detached. Vairagam, anabhishanga, putra daro grihadusha. Family life. Putra means children. Dara means wife. Griha means home. Putra daro grihadishu. Asakti ranavishanga. Nityam cha samachittatam istanishta upapattishu. In this way, you have to be situated on the devotional service. Devotional service is not sentiment. Just like Krishna, after describing so many stages of advancement of knowledge, then he says, Mai cha ananya yogena bhakti rabdha vicharini. Ananya yogena. Always, yoga means linking up. always linking up with Krishna. Mai, Krishna says Mai, unto me, Krishna. Mai cha ananya yogena bhakti yogena. So you can be attached with Krishna if you are adopted in the service of Krishna, not casually, but constantly. Mai cha ananya yogena bhakti yogena abhyabhichari. Abhyabhichari means without break, always, constantly. Satatam kirtayantam mam jatantascha divabrata. In another place Krishna says, Satatam kirtayantam mam, always glorifying me. And this is Krishna consciousness movement. Always we have to glorify Krishna. We should go, meet people, preach and glorify Krishna. We beg for Krishna. We print books for Krishna. We distribute books for Krishna. We type for Krishna. We eat for Krishna. We sleep for Krishna. So everything should be adopted with Krishna. That is called ananya yogena. Without any break. Constantly 24 hours in Krishna consciousness. Abhyabhichari. Vivikta desha sevitam arati jana samsadi. Arati jana samsadi. Not very much attached with general public because they are not Krishna conscious. We can meet them as far as possible, as far as required. Not that we have to sit down and talk all nonsense with these general people, no. Arati jana samsadi. Vivikta desha sevitam. Naturally, we shall be inclined to avoid such company. But preaching work, we have to go, not to associate with him, but to give your association to him. That should be the principle. Because you have learned something about devotional service, you should give your experience to such person, but not to accept their behavior. If you keep this in view, then you will be preacher. And if you become victimized by his association, then you are doomed. You should give him the opportunity of your association. Whatever you know, whatever you have learned about Bhakti Yoga, when you go to meet a person, you should try to inform him. This is Krishna consciousness. You also take to it. Jai Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Jare dakho tare kaho Krishna. Kaho Krishna. Krishna Upadesh. Jare dakho tare kaho Krishna Upadesh. This is the idea. Adhyatma Jnanam Nityattam. Spiritual knowledge. That is eternal knowledge. It will not break. If you learn spiritual knowledge, a little of it in this life, sarvamapiyasya dharmasya trayate mahato bhaya, then you will be saved from the greatest danger. Tattva jnanartha darshana. If you want to become philosopher, then you philosophize for understanding the tattva jnana. And what is tattva jnana? Vadanti tat tattva vidas tattyam jad jnanam adhyam brahmeti paramatmeti bhagavaniti sabdati. That is tattva jnana. Truth. What is that truth? Brahmeti paramatmeti bhagavaniti. To understand about Brahma, to understand about Paramatma, to understand about